heart's gone loose, so time is through. Making of it yours, so I'ma sit and just lay in my bed with the thoughts in my head, getting stuck to the race with you for a sleeping cruise, no. Stress is getting just a little bit lower, mind's getting just a little bit closer. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. I'll be lost, I'll be found in the broken, way out in the crowd feeling open. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. That one's just me times two. That one's just me times two. I've been crazy, been thinking for too long now. Let it take on the world with two arms now. Got me singing by in the dark. No feelings I couldn't store. Ooh, and I swear I proved all the ways I'm here. Got my drink and trying to get what to do, yeah. I better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of patience. My mind's gone out way too far. Yeah, I'm not right, but I'm about to fake it. Yeah, we can work together till we make it. About to take a life like we're running out of patience. I know that times have been hard, but that's alright, cause we found out. Stress is getting just a little bit lower, mine's getting just a little bit closer. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. I realize I'll be found in the broken, way out in the crowd feeling open. Find somebody in my life that can make it through. That one's just me times two. Yeah, 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 yeah. A blurry sunrise dawning, while we always up to the next day morning. And with all the chemicals worn now, made me feel good now. I be drowning in you, so thirsty. Couldn't care less how much it hurts me. Alright, but I'ma bite back now. Make you fall back. I keep going back to you. No more, no more, no more, no more. I keep going back to you. No more, no more. You're like a bad habit. You're like a bad habit. Back to you. No more, no more, no more, no more. I keep going back to you. No more, no more. You're like a bad habit. You're like a bad habit. All the voices in my head getting louder. They told me not to tell you, but they're itching for the powder. Got that blurry vision, seeing double. Yeah, I love you, but you're all trouble. I'd be lying if I said I didn't love it. Carved a couple holes in my heart, so fuck it. And with all the chemicals worn out, falling too far, falling too far. I keep going back to you. No more, no more, no more, no more. I keep going back to you. No more, no more. You're like a bad habit. You're like a bad habit. We can set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire, fire. We can set the world on fire.
Boom. Right on time, Myth. What's up, boys? Good evening. Right on time, but I forgot to turn the music down a little bit. My bad. My bad. Nailed it. Nailed it. What's going on? What's up? What's up to everybody? Hope everybody is rocking. We've got some pretty nice evening outside. A little hazy. There was some like thick clouds. Really nasty looking clouds. Yeah, so I'm seeing them off to the west, and so I get the marine layer later than you. So I think that's what I was seeing when I was out running a few errands just earlier. But we should be good for several hours tonight. Should be decent conditions. I suppose we can look at the forecast. Pardon me. Wow. Okay, the forecast looks a lot worse. So it's looking like Yeah, looking like it's going to get bad. Looking like that marine layer is going to show up for me around 9 o'clock. So, I mean, that's still plenty of time to get some stuff done here. Mostly concerned with trying to do some calibration on the mount, the newly reconfigured mount. I did get it outside last night for like a bonus session. Last night it's cleared up, and there was like patchy clouds that kind of rolled through, and there was some haze and stuff, but I was able to get some testing on the mount, and it did seem to be improved, but still not quite good enough. A bit better on the guiding. So let's take a look. I could just fire up the connection. It's not quite dark enough to actually start imaging or doing any setup out there, but we can look at the PhD logs. This is the looking at graphs stream. So I know everyone loves that. Yeah, there's kind of a weird like situation with the terminology that gets thrown around with. Yeah, no, we all do that, and it's so, you know, there's like tracking and guiding, and yeah, we kind of throw those terms around without really having solid definition. Tyler, that's awesome. Welcome to the stream. That's great. You're in the weeds of making one yourself. Right on. They talking about the new astrograph. You panicked when we were talking about bias frames. Oh, well, there's no need for panicking. So let's take a look at last night's log. This was probably the best one. And total RMS error, 1.04 arc seconds, and this was 47 minutes of guiding. What's up, Bigley? How are you this evening? You're waiting for adhesive to dry, I think you said. So that means you probably have really clear skies, right? I notice what really seems like a rather periodic type of signal now. Oh, you're going to build a 12-inch, Tyler. That's awesome. Oh, that sounds really great. Yeah, cool, man. Well, Tyler, if you'd like to share that with us, we'd love to see it. Check the Discord link in the I've pinned the comment there on YouTube, so you can check that out. Yeah, that's how it goes, huh, Bigley? So your scope is down for work, and the skies are perfect, and which means it's gonna be raining for like a month. So here's my this was a guide from last night. So this seems quite, a period of like 100 units, or sorry, 400 units. Yes. So I got a little bit of okay, these are units of time. I got a little bit of a bone to pick with whoever put this software together. The axes are not labeled. Yes, it is units of seconds. That's not very clear. And back in my college days, if you submitted a table, a chart, if you submitted a chart and it wasn't grossly obvious what the data on the chart was, you straight to jail. Straight to jail. So yes, when you roll your mouse over on the cursor down at it shows you down at the bottom. The x-axis is units of time in seconds. But that's not very clear, and unless you know, because you only see the unit down here. They don't put seconds, and it's not, the axes aren't labeled. It doesn't say time, seconds. It should say the word time, and in parentheses, the units, seconds. Anyways, you know, it's hard to, I hate to complain about free software that makes astrophotography possible. But anyways, label your axes, guys. Label your graphs, label your axes. So in any case, it looks like there is definitely a periodic error because the peak to peak is about 400 seconds. So this goes from 100 to 500, then 500 to 900, that's 400. 900 to about 1300, a little bit more than 400 seconds. A little bit more than 400 seconds. So, yeah, no, I see it because I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it on the screen without the overlay, Myth. That's no excuse. What I'm saying is that's still bad. That's still not a good plot. That's not a good chart. Your tables should be, your axes should be labeled very clearly, and it's not. It does show you, yes, down in the corner here when you roll over, but that's not obvious straight away. When I look at the axes, I see numbers. What are those numbers? There should be a unit next to those right there. It should be labeled time in seconds. Anyways, straight to jail, PhD developers. You couldn't see it. You are correct. Yeah, because I was moving the thing around and you have this silly overlay thing. But that's our newest follower down there, Dazed Smurf. So we need to make sure he gets credit. So that's also important. I do love PHP. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. This is just my rant about charts and plots and stuff and not labeling your axes. So there's definitely about 450 second ish periodic error in my mount here currently. You hate coding charts, yes. Well, and then this one, yeah, yeah. So, okay. So now I'm starting to kind of make sense of this a little bit. So if anybody's kind of new and joining in and doesn't know what we're looking at, these are the auto guider data log from last night's imaging session. So the auto guider is what keeps the tracking mount on task. Misadventures in Astro, thank you for the lurk. Go have a walk. So we're looking at the data to try to figure out, how we can make the mount guide better. And so in here we can see a pretty clear about every 400 some second large periodic error. And then when I look at the frequency analysis here, and now we see, look, now interesting, right above 400 seconds, 425 seconds or so, there's this big 10 plus arc second spike. What algorithm I was using? I'm pretty sure this was predictive PEC. I played around a little bit with doing different algorithms, and it was like way bad. Actually, we can see that. I don't think I did. I don't think I guided for very long. I think maybe that was this one. Why does that not show? Oh, wait, no. Why does that? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So this one was. I only ran this for 10 minutes. Total error 2.39 arc seconds. I guess let's take a look at this. So similar periodic error, I think, showing up here. And yeah, similar results, I think. It just wasn't guiding long enough to get enough data. But, yeah, that does seem to be the case. So, you were using hysteresis. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely, Tyler. No, this stream is about astrophotography and building stuff. So we're just having me doing astrophotography tonight. But yeah, I got SolidWorks. We can load that up. Happy to talk about that too. I'm kind of just killing time, kind of stalling, because don't know. What's happening is we're getting later into the season, and the sunset is happening a little bit later. So I'm like, it'll be dark at 5:30, and it's like, oh no. Sunset's not until like 5:30, so it won't be dark for till about 6:30, I think. So we got plenty of time. And once we get things imaging, then we will definitely have lots of time. One big nebula directly overhead. Hero. So now if I look at the scatter plot, I think this is kind of the most kind of revealing to me. Is you can see most of the error is still kind of spread along in RA, and that's reflected in my star shape. I feel like this scatter plot like directly shows me what the shapes of my stars are, which totally makes sense. Like this is where it's landing as it's exposing. So, but this is better than I've seen before. This is definitely much better. So we just need to try to get it even better. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, cool. A new compass. Right on. Right on. That sounds cool. Let me get the webcam going up here because we've got the security cam outside. I'm using a guide scope, Hero. It's like the smallest one you can get, like a 30 millimeter guide scope. So I acknowledge and think that's probably less than ideal. I'm not sure. I really don't know. There's a couple of different schools of thoughts on that. I've thought about maybe going with a longer focal length guide scope. I'm going to start with what we have for now. So there's the there is the security camera. That's the outside view right now. A little bit breezy currently. I think that's normal. That's okay. That's like the sea breeze coming through as the sun's setting. So hopefully that calms down. I've made one change. You can kind of see on here. Oh, don't do that. You can see this threaded post sticking out the bottom. There's a chunk of aluminum in the so basically a counterweight in the declination axis. Now, gonna see if maybe that helps with my RA guiding errors. Thinking being that there's flexing going on. It's definitely not nearly as rigid as I would like. The whole rig, the whole mount, scope, and tripod. So while the harmonic drives definitely have plenty of torque to handle an off-balance load, the idea is that, well, if it's flexing, then maybe that's making things worse. So by adding a counterweight on the other side, maybe it flexes a little bit less. Anyways, we'll see. So there's a big threaded stud sticking out of the bottom there right now. And so it looks like there's like no counterweight on there, which there isn't. I could add a counterweight because I have that threaded stud. But inside the tube, there's like a big block of aluminum. So, and then there's an aluminum plate on the bottom. So there actually is some amount of counterweight. So we'll get like well, we'll see if it looks like maybe it's doing anything, and then if it looks like it's helping, then maybe I can use that threaded stud that's sticking out of the bottom there to add even more counterweight. How do you handle balancing? Yes. So Tyler, the answer to that is you just add counterweights. When I first designed that telescope, I used SolidWorks to get a rough estimate of where the center of mass is, and that drove the diameter of the large gear, or the radius of the large gear. But that was very early on in the design, and so that was like a really rough estimate early on of where the center of mass is. It ended up further forward. So I just ended up adding weight to the rear. And I think it'd be really hard in the design phase to get that super accurate. And then there's like different eyepieces, way different too. So if you look at most people's Dobsonian telescopes, they're going to have some level of counterweight on there. So get it as close as you can in the design. But just maybe if you can build into the design a way to sort of elegantly add counterweights, something you can just clip on or snap on or something like that, and maybe be able to adjust it too. So what's up, Benji? It's a little bit breezy right now. Yeah, it's a little bit breezy, but it's coming from the good direction right now. The telescope's actually in the wind shadow of the building, so and that's like the normal. It's not like the other night when we were trying where it was Santa Ana winds where it can be just gusty all night. This is like the normal sea breeze stuff that usually calms down as the sun goes down. So hopefully we'll see that back off. So we're not it's not even doing anything right now. It's just sitting there. I'm waiting for it to get fully dark. In fact, let me take a peek. Yeah, still a little bit of light. There's a Falcon 9 launch in 14 minutes. Oh, that would be cool, but no, I don't have a way of doing that. Is it from Vandenberg, Star Traveler? Hero, has anyone built a harmonic mount? Yes. Check out YouTube. There's YouTubers that have built 3D printed harmonic drive mounts. And from what I've seen, they work, but they don't really work. They work, but because the plastic is... because the plastic flexes, you end up getting the effect of having backlash. So, yeah. The harmonic drives in the telescope and the mount that I built are 100-to-1 ratio. Yeah, 100-to-1. That seems like you want like a lot of reduction for a telescope mount, so. Launching from Vandenberg. Oh man, yeah. At that time, could be spectacular. Yeah, send cut send is really pricey, Tyler. Look for some Chinese options. Are you talking about my mount, Hero? Yes. So I have 5-to-1 planetary gearboxes as a primary reduction. So the total gear reduction is 500-to-1. Cool, Myth. Yeah. Oh, it'd be interesting to see what you can see from down there. I have a decent view from here from Chino Hills, but not from my apartment. I would have to actually go up the street because there's trees and stuff. So I wouldn't be able to see it. It would be cool. But I've seen some cool launches from here. But I had to go up the street, yeah. Well, I don't know, Bigley, because right now it seems like you're getting much better guiding than I am. So maybe the 5-to-1's not... Maybe I don't have enough total gear reduction. Maybe that's part of my problem. Oh, cool. Awesome. You can see the separation. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a couple of launches from here, and well, from Chino Hills, not from my apartment, right? So, oh, cool, Bigley, you got your tube back together. Yeah, what control board are you using for your mount, Bigley? Yes, Star Traveler. Tonight, new upgrades. I actually did test it last night, and we were just looking at the data for that. So I actually last night I was actually able to get a surprise test in, and it was better, but still not quite good enough. So we'll see how it goes tonight. Hopefully we can get some better. The conditions were pretty bad last night too. Yes, that's my understanding, Hero. And if you look at all the commercial harmonic reducer mounts out there, they all have a primary gear reduction before the harmonic reducer, right? So they usually use a belt drive. I know the the ZWO mounts, like the AM5, they'll have a belt mount with a belt drive from the stepper to the harmonic reducer, and it's something like a 4 or 5 to 1 ratio. And then I think the reducers they use are 100 to 1. So they have either a 400 or 500 to 1 total reduction. Yeah, okay, got it. LV 2049 stepper drive. Did you, Max PCB, did you build your own PCB, Bigley? Oh, cool, Tyler. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, the C-Stars are great. There's a few YouTubers that live stream C-Star sessions, but I won't tell you about them because I don't want you to leave my stream, right? So now, Random Airhorn, cool guy, does that kind of stuff. Yeah, we'll work on your slew speed, Bigley. I did a lot of stuff on that. Okay, you got some bit different hardware than I do, so. You're waiting another year for a Star Traveler? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Is it dark enough out there yet? Let's fire up Nina. Yeah. We'll look through it. Because like I said, I went through that a lot of that to try to get this slew speed to be more better. And yeah. Oh, a cluster of C-Stars. That'd be kind of fun. Punch is way above its price point. That's definitely a good way to put that. That's an interesting concept, Star Traveler. All right, we're firing up. Firing up. Let's see, connecting. And the guide camera sees stars, so that's good. Yeah, I mean, anytime you can reduce, gears and stuff is going to be to your advantage, right? Interesting. Yeah, I know with stepper motors, the torque starts to go down like right away when with RPM. Pop a quick 2-second exposure and see what we can see. There's stars there, and even here. So even here, my stars are not round. But I'm not collimated, so I don't know if that's a collimation issue or not. In fact, I think the collimation is way out because when I was messing with things today, I was pulling it on and off the mount and may very well have like totally turned one of the adjustment screws pretty far. So, is it dark enough to polar align? Maybe. And yeah, it only detected 4 stars. Cool, Myth. Try to grab some shots. Okay, let's let me think. I think what I want to try to do is, hang on, let me look outside again. Nah, it's probably futile. Probably need to wait another 10, 15 minutes here. I think if we just try to start doing stuff with it, it's going to be somewhat frustrating. Well, that's frustrating. Instagram, I tried to make an Instagram post to say, hey, come watch the stream. And then it's like, oh, media not uploaded. Okay, well, thanks. Thanks for that, Instagram. So another thing we're playing with today is I've installed the Hocus Focus plugin. This is supposed to do a much better job of star detection. And that should help with focusing. Vandenberg is northwest of me. It does not. The trees around my immediate neighborhood are kind of tall, and I'm pretty sure it does not. The distance that I'm away, it doesn't get very high in the sky, so I don't think I could see them. Maybe I could see bits of the launch in between the trees, but probably not really. When I've seen launches from here, I've gone out. I mean, I've had to drive like up the hill a little bit, so. Yeah. So we're gonna try Hocus Focus today. I'm just kind of waiting for it to get darker. Turn my sky cam. No, I can't because there's a building right there. It wouldn't. But the building's in the way. Where is that? Yeah. So right now the camera's looking like east, and so there's a building to the west. So the camera would have to be on like a really tall pole. So unfortunately, it's still pretty breezy out there. We'll check the windy forecast. I'm not sure, Bigley. I think we're gonna kind of look at that when I get things sort of configured. I think ideally it would be the Orion Nebula again. That's kind of the obvious one, the obvious thing to look at. All right, let's take a look at the wind here. Yeah, I wish we could had a view of that. That would be really cool to see from here. Star Traveler. Okay, so wind right now. Yeah, I'm kind of in the windiest area here. And let's see if it. Yeah, it definitely calms down. Yep, it'll calm down. So we'll see how that goes. Hard to get tired of Orion. Yeah, and it's good. Since I'm trying to, good for like comparing apples to apples, right? Since we're trying to improve the performance of the mounts, shoot the same thing, you know. So that would be a good way to do it. The rosette would be good, yeah. You get the maybe the rosette is behind a tree for me until later, so. I might point at M1 again, because I think that comes from comes out from behind the tree sooner than some others. So the Spider and the Fly nebulae, okay, that could be interesting. Yeah, you see my images of M1. Bigly, I've shared images of M1 with this scope, so I'm only detecting 3 stars, which is not a whole lot to try to do an autofocus run here. I have, Tyler. I have visually seen the Horsehead Nebula. Yeah. So I've seen the Horsehead Nebula in my friend Dan's 20-inch with I think you need like an H beta filter. Yes. Large aperture. So like Bortle 2 skies, very dark, 20-inch telescope, H beta filter, just barely can see it. And it's like you got to trick yourself into seeing it. So I have seen the Horsehead Nebula in a telescope. So at least I can brag. I can say that. You've got a very narrow strip of boring sky. That's a bummer. Yeah, as we approach into galaxy season, once Orion sets, then yeah, I also have rather boring sky. So I think what I want to shoot at is the California Nebula again. We've done that like a million times. But good thing about that is it goes kind of right overhead, like kind of right through the zenith. So it'll be the darkest part of the sky. And that's also when the RA axis on the mount is working the least hard, right? It's moving the slowest when you're looking up at the zenith. So let's see if we can... yeah, like right now, look at the California Nebula is almost right at zenith. So, you know, it will... yeah, it'll really fill the field of view with this telescope, with the new telescope here. But actually kind of framing it... Really, thing? Framing it up with this bright star here might be kind of neat to see. Yeah. Many meridian flips. Have I imaged the hidden galaxy? No, I'm not familiar with the hidden galaxy. Tyler, well, you're at the right place then, because we will be your friends. And yes. So yeah, maybe we'll try to frame the California Nebula up with this here, because it'll show up good with my filter too. Okay, now I'm detecting more stars in my my shot here. Okay, let me pop up. I think it's about dark enough. Let me go for a restroom break, and then I think we'll get this party started. I think we'll be able to do some stuff. So I will be right back. Right on, JB. Whichever platform you prefer. Third largest galaxy in the sky, but hidden behind the galaxy spiral arm. Sounds like you need an infrared telescope to see that. And lack of atmosphere. Oh, sweet. Okay. All right. Myth, get some pics. Oh, look at that. Looking through the clouds. Those are cool. Check this out. Oh, that's kind of an epic shot. Oh, those are great. Was that your what was your Nikon camera, right? Right, Myth? It's pretty bright still. I thought it was a little bit darker out than that, but yeah, it's still pretty cool. Yeah, D610. Yeah, I feel like SpaceX just kind of knowing the way they are, you know, like, and since it's these Starlink satellites, like they probably don't. They're probably not really restricted as to like when they launch. It's not like they're doing a rendezvous with like the space station or something. So I feel like they launch it. They try to launch it this time on purpose, you know, because it makes a spectacle and gets people talking about them. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's not true, but that is kind of their way, you know. So, which I'm for. I'm all for that. Space is awesome. Although it's hilarious to inevitably, you know, Reddit goes like the local city Reddit's like r/Orange County and r/Los Angeles. Whenever there's a launch, there's a bunch of posts. They're like, oh my God, what is this? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's free advertising. Like, you're gonna do it anyways, right? So. No. There's definitely no audio. Way too far away to hear anything, Jay. Yeah, I don't know how close you'd have to be, but a couple of miles. This is like, Vandenberg. Well, we can. I just closed the window. We can Google Maps it, but Vandenberg is like maybe 100 miles from me, and probably like 400 miles from Myth. That would be insane if you could hear that from here. So this is like, and so it's 170 miles straight line distance from me. So yeah, and it's going high too, you know, higher, right? So, and then yeah, Myth is down here somewhere. 215 miles ish. Yeah, no. Yeah, that would be like Vandenberg Space Force Base is right around here. So there's kind of nothing around there. Yeah, if you're in Lompoc, if you're here in Lompoc, maybe you can hear it from Lompoc. Okay, look, there's the launch complex. 11 miles. I think even then, that's pretty far away. So, yeah, no worries. Okay, let's work on polar alignment. California is very big. Yes, California is like larger than most European countries. Alrighty. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna slew. We learned this one of the other streams that I really need to slew to a darker part of the sky in order to be able to get solutions. And I can just watch the slew here in the webcam. For some reason, it seems like I need to start slewing. Like it won't slew to the north. Like I have to manually slew to the south a little bit, and then it will slew to the north. Okay, so I'm pointing just kind of random part of the sky a bit higher up. Let me fire off a 2-second exposure. And now we've got 11 detected stars. And well, that one's a bit more round. Yeah, yep. Okay, so let's just try to run an autofocus run. And I have tweaked some settings a little bit. And actually, I'm going to tweak before I do that. Let's see. Autofocus. I'm going to set a 100 step backlash because it looks like I actually do have a little bit of backlash in there. So, default auto exposure time. Yeah, we'll try 4 seconds. And okay, let's just try autofocusing. Yeah, it only detected 11 stars. I kind of want to be out there, like listening to the focuser, because my focuser's been working kind of weird. So we'll see if this plot looks really bad. Then and so that first exposure it detected 0. It must have detected 0 stars because it shows an HFR of 0. So we might just disregard that first point. Yeah, that's an interesting result. This is exciting. This is exciting stuff. Well, that's really interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah. Typical HFR has been around 4, JB. Sometimes a little under that, 3.8 to like 4.1 or so, 4.2. Yeah, okay. So, not okay, so I'm getting an error. Not enough HFR difference. Yeah, so it seems that I'm not detecting stars when I may need longer exposures. Let's see. So star detection option. So there's a bunch of different things that we can do with star detection option and stuff. Yeah, so I don't you can't compare you can't compare like for like I think on that. Yeah, hey Stan. Yeah. No, I've also I just installed the Hocus Focus plugin, so things are a bit different now. So so yeah, we're kind of playing with the focus settings. I also may have a mechanical problem with the focuser, so I really need to be outside and like listen to it and watch it actually do an autofocus run. So I'm gonna have to do that. And I can manually set it to. I can manually focus. Yes, hey, welcome, Stan. Glad to have you here. Yep. Okay, I'm going to close that, and let's bring up the outdoor cam. Boy, it does look pretty breezy out there, doesn't it? Need to switch to the remote mic. And let me switch this over. Should be that one. You should have me on the somewhat potato quality mic. All right, it's pretty cold and breezy. Put my hood on. You guys will see me out there in the webcam here in a moment. Let me pop out there. All right. So the way I manually focused to get the focus close to start with is I just physically detach the focus motor and loop the exposures. I wish I could show you this. Works best if it's a short exposure time, like 2 seconds. And just loop the exposures and just kind of look at a star image, and then you can just kind of tell when you're getting close, especially on like a brighter star. And then also it can show you the HFR that it measures. Looks like I'm pretty far out of focus right now, and there are a few kind of light wispy clouds lingering around the area, so that'll screw things up. So that'll be great. And yeah, okay, let's start looping 2-second exposures. And while that's happening, okay, show me around 7 for the HFR right now. So I'll just turn and wait. Okay, that's out. That's worse. It's going out. And coming back in. Okay, it's telling me like 3.5. That's usually very good for... But this is Hocus Focus, so the HFR number that's going to measure is going to be smaller. So I'm showing 2.5 now. And 2.5 looks like I was better. And back to there. 2.5, okay. So it seems that the HFR measurements that Hocus Focus is doing is showing me different numbers than the built-in autofocus star detection routines, which is to be expected, as I understand. So, and yes, it is pretty breezy, but the scope is pretty well sheltered. The wall of the literally my apartment building is right here. So you see the tree moving around, and it's only a very light breeze that I feel on the telescope. Enough to make it feel somewhat uncomfortably cold, though. All right, so I should be pretty damn close to in focus. So I'm going to run the autofocus again, and I need to kind of listen to it here. Need to watch it and listen. I may actually need to get a flashlight. I want to be able to see what's going on. But I don't want to turn the porch light on because that could lead to some stray light that would mess things up with the autofocus. But now I gotta find where's my red flashlight. It's not in the bag where it should be. Where is that? Are you kidding me? There it is. All right. My astronomy tools are kind of in a state of not really great organization at the moment. All right. Starting the autofocus. Yeah, I'm still skipping steps a little bit on the focus motor.
when it travels a long distance, it starts to skip steps. The autofocus step size movements seem nice. And so the first 2 steps, it detected no stars. Mechanically, we seem like we're okay, though. That's working okay. It's working nice. Oh, there's a big gust. Okay, focuser seems to be working okay, so I think I can come inside. But I got the same result. Dave needs a toolbox. Yeah.
All right, so, Stan, yeah. Give me a sec. I'll get that back up there. Yeah. All right. Oh man, you got clouds that suck, Stan. Yeah, I've got some clouds are going to be coming in. Hopefully, we can do something here before it gets too cloudy. Let me bring the Nina back up here. So yeah, it's not detecting stars in the out of focus range, so we need to play with. Yeah, so this is what I'm getting here. Interesting that it detected like no stars there, and yeah. So. Oops, 4 seconds. I may need to do longer exposures. Yeah, so, whoops, stop looping. So, let's see, I watched Patriot Astro's video on this. So it's not detecting stars. Yeah, increase the exposure time. I guess we'll just try that. Let's try 8 seconds. Let's double the exposure time. Because it's detecting no stars for the out of focus image, which means they're too faint or they're way too out of focus, which would mean my step size is too big. So actually, let me see here. So yeah, I think my step size is also too large. I'm actually going to stick with 4 second exposures, and I'm going to bring the step size down to 500. And I'm going to try that for now, because I would rather to do I would rather my autofocus run go a little bit faster. So if it takes twice as long on the exposure times, then it's going to take longer. Yes, step size. I'm thinking the step size will be a little bit too large here now. So so I reduce the step size, and we'll try that. Yeah. Not yet. So Misadventures. I installed the Hocus Focus plugin, so we're trying that tonight, and so I have to retune my autofocus settings here. So I think that first movement was a bit of backlash. I can tune that a bit. I think this is looking better. Looking better. This is the exciting stuff with astrophotography. I know you guys love this. Yeah, so this is like the range here that Patriot Astro is recommending was like, he said like 3 to 4 times. So if my HFR is like at 2, then I would want to be at like 6. So I might have, yeah, okay. So should be trying to shoot one over here now. Yeah, okay. Yep, exactly. Exactly. So this side of the curve fit like really nicely. That's like perfect. The left side. And I think this spot right here was just the backlash. So I think I'm going to increase the backlash setting. And it looks like I do have some backlash in my between the focus motor and the main gear, which it shouldn't have. I don't know why that's like that now. Yeah. So let's shoot another 4-second shot. Yeah. Need to work on that. Okay, HFR 2.43. Even though I know that doesn't necessarily, I can't really compare that. It's nice that that's smaller. And that star's looking round. So that's good. Let's go back and adjust the backlash. Let's double that to 200 steps. Step size 50. Actually, maybe 150. And I'm going to rerun the autofocus. We'll watch this go again. See if we can get a better looking parabola. Actually, it's a hyperbolic curve. I changed it from parabolic to hyperbolic because that was recommended by our friend Patriot Astro. So we'll try this again. Yeah, I think my focus was just not quite getting there. I posted that shot in the Discord of the diffraction spikes not quite lining up. And I think that means that what I'm kind of assuming is I can use the diffraction spikes as sort of a built-in Batinov mask. And this is what I'm talking about here. So I brought this into Photoshop and I just manually drew the lines. And I just eyeballed the lines over the middle of the diffraction spike as best as I could. And so you can see that they don't quite all converge on a point there. And if you look at like the amount of the position of the lines that I drew, like in the middle of the glowing diffraction thing. So I think my manually drawn Batinov lines are pretty good. So I think I just wasn't, part of my problem is I wasn't really getting a very tight focus. So I'm hoping this Hocus Focus plugin will do. So I got a little spot here that's not fitting that curve very well. Yeah, so this side of the curve, I'm getting kind of a bad spot. I wonder, that could be a little bit of eccentricity in my focuser draw tube, like there's like tight spot, loose spots as you rotate that focus nut around. Could be the seeing. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, it's pretty breezy, right? You were looking at we'll blame the weather, not my engineering and or assembly skills. Yeah, it's definitely the weather. It's not a mechanical issue. That's impossible. 100% the weather. Give me another 4-second shot. Yeah. Oh yeah. How's your? Did you get your AVX mount put back together and outside and working? Misadventures? Is that thing Is that thing working good? Yeah, overall a good V, you know. So I think that's probably good. Yeah, how's it working? Hopefully better than stock. Okay, we're gonna do, now it is time for everyone's favorite. I think we're doing 5 seconds polar alignment routine. Oh wow, 9.25. That's the thing is pretty gotta be pretty chonky, huh? Anyone forget it? Yeah, cool. Well, that's fun. Well, that's what you have as SCT for, anyways. Is for planetary. 21 pounds. Yeah, we're getting good solutions on the polar alignment tool. That means it's time to switch back to headset mic. Oh, damn. Look at the azimuth error, dude. I put that down. I put that telescope down. I nailed it on putting the spot down out there. And I was messing with the altitude a little bit indoors. So the altitude. Yeah, not too bad. Okay, I got to close that. And I got to do this. And I got to change the mic.
Should be on the other mic now. It looks like that's there. Okay, I will be outside. You guys talk amongst yourselves. All right, talk shit behind my back. Totally fine. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever. Okay, wind. Calm down, wind, if you would, please. If you would. If you would, please. All right. Try not to trip over the cables. Try not to kick the tripod. All right, let's see. I'm off 11 arc minutes in altitude. And I'm going to try a bit of a different approach here that I haven't been doing before. Oh, man, and that's failing the solutions now. Oh, come on. Now it's failing to solve. It doesn't look like there's any clouds there. Oh, no, it is solving. Okay, all right, we're good. Okay. 8 minutes. Okay. Getting there. Made an adjustment. I haven't been running this with the altitude lock. So there's an altitude screw and then there's the lock. And I haven't been really cinching the lock down very tight. Kind of tricky because when you tighten the lock, it moves the altitude. So you have to like iterate and sneak up on it. And oh my gosh, I got it to 2 seconds. And by leaving the altitude lock not fully locked, I noticed that the wedge can wiggle a little bit. So I may have been having some flexing going on in the mount because of that. And I just absolutely nailed it. I'm down to 0 arc seconds of error in altitude and 12 arc seconds of error in azimuth. So I'm calling that good. Hopefully you guys agree. And I always like it when I get the polar alignment down right away so I can come back inside.
Wow, it's very nice.
Cold out there. Actually, it's pretty cold tonight. Like, I mean, not just a Southern California cold, but like, I mean, it's cold for cold. Can't spare the moisture. I can't spare the moisture.
Okay, should be back on good mic now. Yeah, look at the haze around the moon, right? Ice pillars. Oh my God, I don't even want to think about that. I don't even want to know that. I don't even want to hear that. All right. So what I really need to do now is I need to collimate. But I think what we'll do is we'll slew to the target first. And we'll try to get an image of the... let's see. Do I get M1? Let me see if I can... I'm gonna see if I can get M1 before. That would be... I have some data on M1. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a lot to it, but I think it seemed like just having it be like mostly default would be okay for me. I might be able to get one. Freezing rain and sleet. God, that sounds horrific. It is. I've been there. I know what that's like. All right, let's see if I can get M1. And when was I shooting M1? Was that this night? Yeah. That's that shit that's like really just awful. It's that freezing rain and sleet. You know, snow is like nice and gentle and fluffy, but like freezing rain and sleet is just this wet and cold and like, that's the stuff that's just not cool at all. All right, so we're doing some flipping here. Oh, not flipping, just slewing. Hopefully it's not behind the tree. It may be behind that tree that you see there dancing. Okay, I need a 60-degree clockwise rotation on the camera. So I go back outside. I need to set up another mic thing.
So I can quickly switch between the two. Try to make this all go smoother. And I have to close the Nina desktop view because I can only have one remote desktop connection open at a time, which I think is something you can change in the Windows remote desktop settings. But I gotta look into that. So that's why I have to close it, and that's why you guys can't see it. But you can see me in the webcam view. All right, 60 degrees. Oh, this is actually kind of dumb to rotate it now because I'm going to pull the camera out and I'm going to pull the camera out to collimate it. So this is really probably dumb to be doing this right now. I'm going to have to redo it again anyways. Okay, I have no idea how much that is. We're going to go with that and we're going to hit the button. This also can throw the focus off. Oh man, the wind is pushing my screen thing around here. 10-second exposure. Oh yeah, that totally threw the focus off. Damn it. Fuck. Stop that. Yeah, because when I loosened this, I pulled the camera out ever so slightly, which was enough to make it... Okay, I actually should do it. I heard a nice clunk. It went all the way in. Okay, slew, center, and rotate. Hopefully this wind backs off pretty soon. Taking another image here. Okay, 12 degrees back the other direction. Okay, hopefully that's not too bad. Rotating. Okay, we got the rotation down. Oh my god, this freaking wind, man. Wow, it's like an ice cold wind too. Okay, slowing and solving, and I'm gonna grab something to put against that screen. Oh, where'd my, there it is. Oh crap. Of course, now I bumped the tripod a little bit. Yeah, right now I think we're pretty close now. It's trying to, yeah, I just messed up the focus a little bit. So when the focus isn't perfect, we're doing the plate solving, it has to send that up to that web service, astrometry.net web service. And or I bumped it while it was taking the solved image. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Cool. Inner crop ratio. Yeah. I think my field's pretty flat. Like the coma corrector I have on here is on this scope is pretty good, and just looking, just eyeballing, looking at the stars, they look pretty consistent across the frame. So yeah, I didn't want to mess with that. Mithridates Astro. Okay, that's a good Twitch name. I like it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Reducing the R star threshold. Yeah, I don't think I want to, because yeah. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So I've got it. I really should have collimated it before I did that. So now I'm gonna go back outside and work on the collimation, which hopefully will go pretty quickly. I worked on my laser the other day. You guys saw that if you were on the stream yesterday. And so my laser is better. It's like one thing at a time, we work on. And so the thing that sucks about this is now I have to manually slew the telescope and bring it all the way around so I can see down in the tube. After I already centered it and everything, but that's okay. I mean, centering and finding targets is really easy, so I'm not worried about that. And as far as the camera rotation goes, well, I'll just eyeball it and call it good enough. And it's actually pretty easy because I got the camera kind of like right in line with the tube right now. So, and I'm not really too concerned with lining up these frames with existing frames. So, not a big deal. Okay, so I need to take the camera out. I'll take the focuser motor off as well, because this is part of the bundle of wires. Yeah, that'll just be easier to do. Take the camera out here. And now this is tricky because, it's a nice snug fit for the camera, the coma corrector into the draw tube. So it can, I've moved the tripod from pushing that in and out of there. So that's just kind of another kind of not great thing about my design here. So I've got my laser, my freaking laser beam. Turn that on. And let's see, that in there. And not too far off on at least the secondary. It's kind of tricky because I try to get you want to get these like nice and snug. You don't want to just loosen the screws. All right, that is dead center. I guess I also don't even know. That's right. I'm not even that confident that my center dot is that accurate on this thing. So the center dot on my mirror. Well, that's another thing that I can look at as far as collimation goes to work on. So always something. Okay, so now I use the Barlow lens for aligning the primary. And I gotta be really careful not to bump the tripod as I sort of walk around it awkwardly. And oh, that was pretty close too. That really, as far as what I had, the way I had to measure collimation, it's like pretty darn, it wasn't out by much. I guess my little locking screws do a good job here. Okay, I think I'm just gonna call that good. All right, I'm gonna go around this way, so I'm less likely to kick the tripod. Okay, turn that laser off. Okay, put that over here on the chair, and now I have to hook the camera and the focuser back up. This is like, what I really appreciate about doing astrophotography with a refractor is not having to worry about collimation, right? It's like one big less step to have to worry about. And the clouds are coming in. Great, just in time. Just in time. Thanks, guys. Thanks, clouds. All right. And yeah, actually, just the process of moving, of pushing the camera in here, if there's like flex in this wedge, definitely it's gonna like throw off the polar alignment. So yeah, I think what I really need to do now is to get it back on my target. And let's do, looks like it wants to meridian flip. Okay, oh, no, that was weird. Yeah, okay, I thought maybe I could just manually slit it from there, but yeah, that was not gonna happen. Or just automatically slit, but yeah, I need to get it. I hit like the end stop there, the limit. It was confused. All right, those clouds are coming in. Perfect, thank you. There's some light fluffy clouds up there, a little patchy. Should still be able to shoot through them now, at least for doing some testing here. Hopefully they don't build. I think the forecast had them really building though, right? So, okay, let's see. Now, hopefully from there, now I'll tell it to slew and center. Okay, that looks promising. Okay. Get out of the cold. How well is the collimation holding? I think pretty well. It's hard to say, because I would really have to like.
I would really have to like, set the collimation and then check it periodically throughout the night, right? Which involves pulling the camera out, right? It's the whole thing. So, and since I'm, getting like trailing, I'm not able to guide accurately. I can't really tell if, I'm having I can't tell visually in the images if I'm having collimation issues, right? Or at least I don't know of a way of telling that. So, okay, so let's see. Oh, are we slewed and centered? Let's take a quick 4-second exposure. Looks like it. I see a Crab Nebula in there. So now I want to rerun the autofocus. And then I'm going to redo the polar alignment, or at least check the polar alignment. Because I kind of have to push on the telescope pretty hard to slide the camera back in there. And yeah, I think that because that wedge is kind of not very rigid, it doesn't hold very secure, just the fact that pushing on it like that and could maybe make it move a little bit, especially in the altitude axis. So that'll give us another opportunity to run the autofocus here and try that. Boy, it's really picky about like this point not being quite on the line there, huh? But so far, I think that's better looking than what we saw the last time with the autofocus, so that's good. Compile a collection of supernovae. Do you mean supernova remnants? Like M1 and the the Crab Nebula and the Veil Nebula. Yeah, because I think like the supernova, like actually seeing them at the time is, you see a bright star, but it's only there for a few brief moments. I think the Owl Nebula is a planetary nebula, I believe, if we're talking about the same one. Somebody fact check me on that. But I think the Owl Nebula is a planetary nebula. Unless we're talking about a different object. That sounds like a good work benefit, Tyler. So we got one bad point over here, which is interesting, but otherwise got a really nice looking curve. And let me shoot another image. Pick a galaxy and wait. There you go, Benji. Yeah. I guess that's in focus. Okay. Yeah, yeah. There's I think Owl Nebula is like M97. I have an image of that region. Star Traveler. Okay, so let's try the polar alignment routine again here. Getting solutions good. Oh, failed on that one. Oh crap. I'm not getting solutions now. Son of a bitch. May have some cloud issues. Oh, it got it. Yeah, maybe there might be some passing wisp. There's like these like little patchy wispy clouds moving around up there, which I think it was a sign of things to come. Okay, yeah, see, look, I'm out by about 2 arc minutes now total. What's up, Hein? Where is the moon? It's out there. It's out there. You're gonna see it in just a second because I have to close this view and security cam. There's the moon. Yeah, now look at all those clouds. Isn't that great looking? All right, gotta switch back over to mobile mic and pop outside.
And you should have me on that mic now. Yep. All right, we'll pop out. And we'll readjust the polar alignment that I had. Super good. Super duper good. Try not to trip on the wires. And okay, altitude move down 1 arc minute. Just a little smidge here. .52 arc seconds, a bit closer. The wind is backed off. Hopefully that stays. Crap, went too far on that, of course. The first polar alignment that we did earlier just went way too smoothly. So, yeah, this one's definitely going to not go smoothly now. Yeah, shoot. That is kind of a problem. Yeah, the altitude axis on this wedge is rather problematic. Come on, baby, you can do it. You can do it. Oh, it's having trouble solving these images. A little bit of haze, maybe. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think if there was one piece of hardware that I would really like to improve right now, it would be this wedge. That would really help me getting this polar alignment working better, smoothly and easier. Okay, 7 arc minutes. It's hard to describe why it's difficult. It has to do with the lock, and when the lock is on, you can adjust it in one direction, but not the other. You start adjusting in the other direction with the lock on, it doesn't do anything because it's locked. But then when you release the lock, then it like slides that whole distance. I don't know if that made sense. Mechanically, I think I understand what's going on, and it's, yeah, the lock is just not a really good way of doing that. And now I overshot it. Yeah, so if you overshoot it, all you can do is unlock it. You have to unlock it. You need to approach it from the high side. You need to start with it high, so you have to move it down. Yeah, no, I'm way off here. Damn it. Oh, I had this so good. I'll probably get it set up nice and perfect as soon as the clouds come in. Okay, we need to go. Yeah, so how would I adjust that? How would I fix that? That's tricky to think about. It's actually not that tricky, honestly. It's just kind of a bad mechanical design. Oh, it's not solving. We've got some wind. Solve failed. Crap. Ah, now it's failing to plate solve. Oh man, you just had it. You were working so good. Oh man. Sorry if you guys are chatting. I can't see the chat while I'm out here. That's another thing I should work on. But I'm not able to do it. I'm completely stuck because I'm not getting any solutions on these plate solves here. All right, that's just not working. Okay. Yeah, just getting nowhere with that. Let's see. Well, we can try binning and increasing the exposure time, maybe. And let's slew here. Manually slew it. Slightly different spots here. Oh yeah, these freaking clouds are starting to come over there too. Damn it. Try to slew it. See if we can run away from the clouds.
Many people feel small because they're small and the universe is big, but I feel big.
It's looking right at the clouds.
Because
okay, we gotta go to the totally opposite side of the
from those stars.
totally opposite side of the pier here. Let's do the southwest. Pretty clear. We've got clouds that are kind of drifting in from the east here, so we'll slew around and point to the very clear over this direction.
What type of dog is this?
So probably by the time I get over there, it will be the clouds will drift over there, and then it'll be back in the other direction. It'll clear the other direction to the east. One thing that's pretty lame about Nina's manual control of the mount is it doesn't have It can only slew one direction at a time. North, south, east, or west. You can't slew like northwest. Well, I could do that with the on-step controller on the phone or a hand controller. But I don't really want to have to get that out. But maybe that's what you got to do, right? All right, this is actually pointing farther away from the moon also. So yeah, we'll just go way over here, get away from that moon. Yeah, a little bit more west, so point up a little bit higher. All right, we'll start up there, and I'll come back inside because I'm getting cold out here. Step on that. Weaselbox, how are you? Welcome. And Scott by Scott's here. I miss all this stuff when I'm out. There. Santa Claus, yeah.
All right, we'll change to the good mic here, and we will. Let's get the remote desktop back up. Connecting. All right, what did I miss out on? The Celestron Rasa. Okay, try this again. Weasel, sorry I missed your message. Last week, the moon was a bright blob. Oh, next to the moon was a bright blob. Was that you? Yes, probably. Yeah, probably last week. It sounds about that time of where, yeah, it would have been close to the moon there. Yeah, so that was probably Venus. Yeah, we've got like a lot of the planets visible right now, Weaselbox. Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn just before sunset, and am I missing one? Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus. Those are the big ones. Uranus and Neptune are visible if you have a telescope. Cool. Thanks for the heads up on that myth. Yeah, I'll check the Discord in a minute. Boy, we're having a hard time getting astrometric solutions tonight. Yeah, failing, solving. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Somebody on Reddit. I posted the telescope on Reddit today, and somebody on Reddit was like, "Man, astrophotographers go hard." It's like, yeah, it does. It's a thing. Oh my gosh, why am I not able to plate solve? I must have some haze going on. That's just killing me right now. The first night we got this out, we had some issues, and we were able to get it. But last night, it was the last few times I've had it out. It's been this has been going a bit smoother, but yeah, I'm in the city too, man. So I'm in this is like the highest light pollution it gets. Part of the reason I'm able to see anything is because of special light pollution filters. So, yeah, now I'm just getting nothing here though. I wonder if the seeing has just got really bad. Or, I mean, I don't really see, I don't think there's clouds where we're pointing right now. Yeah, I'm not even getting a solution with a 10-second exposure. Oh man, yeah, it's just gonna get really bad here over the next few hours. This may be, we may not be able to do, this may be an early night for the telescope as far as that goes. Yeah, yeah, you can definitely get into it with the gear. That's really frustrating. Yeah. We'll just do a 10-second exposure here and see what we see. I mean, I'm seeing lots of stars in the images here. Another comment. This is Carrie, your neighbor. Hi, Carrie. Glad to have you here. So, yeah, I got lots of stars. Yeah, this is like, this is by far like an absolute golden age of astronomy and astrophotography. What we're able to do now. This software is so great. I'm kind of frustrated right now, but I'm pretty sure it's because of the conditions and not the software. So, oh, cool. Yeah, that sounds very cool. Okay, what we're going to do is we are going to slew them out. To a bit different location. Oh, yes, that Carrie. Yes, hi, Carrie. How are you? Yeah. Yeah, thanks. The telescope is, well, I mean, we're having some issues right now, of course. But it, we're going to blame the weather. Pretty sure it's the weather. It looks nice and clear out, but yeah, we're kind of having some issues, but it's going. But the telescope in general is working pretty good. All right, there we go. Now we got a solution. So we're just working on setting things up right now, Carrie, getting things calibrated. But we've got clouds coming in, and that's making it difficult. And by the time if we do get this set up, by the time we do, then the clouds are going to be here, and they're not going to be able to do anything anyways. So, zero planets tonight. This is not a planetary imaging setup. We're looking for, well, we were going to be shooting a supernova remnant known as the Crab Nebula. Yeah, it's not solving again. It's in the olden times, back in the long ago. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like in what I've done in the past when what's really worked, what seemed to work really for me is slewing to a different spot in the sky. So I'm just gonna kind of keep trying different parts of the sky here. Binning didn't seem to do anything on that other spot. And I really want like 5-second exposures to be able to get so these things come rapidly enough. Binning does something like it combines neighboring pixels. Myth, so you can like increase the signal to noise ratio, so it makes the stars brighter. There's a little checkbox that says binning, right? By default, it's at 1 to 1, 1 by 1. So. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've wanted No Man's Sky seems pretty cool. Wasn't that the game that started out that was like the game, right? One of the games that started out that was just like had a garbage release, and it was like totally messed up and didn't have any of the features that they promised. But it seems pretty cool now. I've been wanting to check it out. My FOV isn't small. What do you mean? We'll just try slewing a little bit. Try it again. No, you have to use the local solver for the 3-point polar alignment routine misadventures. Yeah, it won't let you. You have to do the... Because you need it to solve quickly. Yeah, it was trash and they turned it around. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm just getting nothing now. Shoot. We'll try a 10-second exposure. Oh, wait, hold on. This does a really frustrating thing. It must have been an update. When you stop the 3-point polar alignment procedure, it stops the mount tracking. You have to come back here and manually tell it to start tracking again. That's a really annoying thing that it does now. A good question, because this was, yes, it is set. Sometimes you load Nina and it doesn't load your profile. I've noticed, and but yeah, no, it is. And let's see here, hopefully. Yeah, when I loaded this up the other day, it did not have my. Yeah, no, I'm getting nothing. I mean, I'm seeing a decent amount of stars in there. Like, I feel like that maybe something else is going on, because like. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's stopped the tracking again. Yeah, I would think so too. It doesn't look. I mean, usually you can tell by looking at it if it's out of focus or. Yeah. I mean, I think the focus is good enough. Showing HFR 3.55. Maybe not. You know, I'm just going to run the autofocus again here. We're going to try refocusing it. Well, because I know it's not going to be good. Like, this is not... What we could do is we could just start guiding and not really... Well, no, because we need the polar alignment to be down for the guiding. That's kind of what we're really looking at is how the mount is performing. And in order for the guiding to work right, it needs to be polar aligned right. So... I'm not sure, Benji. It's picky. It's fussy. And now we're getting interesting autofocus results. Oh, no, maybe it's okay. What kind of power source? It's all running off of AC power right now, Weasel. So the telescope mount runs off of it's run on 20 volts, and then there's another mini PC, another mini computer on there that runs off 12 volts, and then there's a fan, a cooling fan, also runs on 12 volts. Yes, this is a piece of software called NINA, which is an acronym for Nighttime Imaging in Astronomy. This is really amazing telescope control software. It's open source. It's free. Community develops absolutely fantastic stuff. And we're getting some very interesting results from the autofocus routine there. I think my focus motor is jammed. Yeah, I think my focus motor is decided to give up on life again. So yeah, this runs on a little mini PC that's literally strapped on the side of the telescope. We're just going to try running that again. And yeah, so yeah, so Nina is like, it's it's open source software and it's compatible with like generic telescope control things. So yeah, it's pretty, it's a bit intimidating at first. Yeah, it can be a little tricky to get things set up the way you need it. But once you do, then it's like, it's so cool. So I was, yeah, it's Windows based. Yeah, I was doing astrophotography many years ago. And we didn't have this software. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's so much better. I mean, I'm having technical issues tonight, which I'm going to blame entirely on the weather. But this is so much better than what we used to have. So yeah, it's pretty great. Yeah, when I go out to the desert, to the dark skies for imaging, that's where, to do the best imaging, you really need to be in the really dark skies, right? And when I do that, then I have a battery, one of those portable power stations. So I can run everything on the battery, and then I can charge it up with solar, during the day, right? But at home, you just plug everything into the wall. And okay, this autofocus run is looking better. Yeah, yep. I can it's the Melee Quieter 4 mini PC. Which is actually a pretty kind of a banger of a mini PC, to be honest. This thing is awesome. Let me show that here. So it's this guy right here. $200. No fan. Passively cooled. 16 gigs of RAM in there. So just tiny thing, it's like the size of your cell phone. Strapped on the side of there. So, okay, that's a good looking autofocus run. Okay, so let me fire off a 5-second exposure. Okay, telling me HFR 2.57. So, yeah, were we just not in focus that whole time? Yeah, no worries, Myth. Yeah, it's got like 3 USB inputs. And it's got like HDMI output. We're remote desktop to it right now. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. So, it's out there on the balcony where it's cold, and I'm in here where it's warm. And we're remote desktoping to it. Okay, I that whole time I'm thinking we were just out of focus. So fingers crossed that was the problem. Not 105 seconds, 5 seconds. All right, let's try this again. I think we were just out of focus, Misadventures. Like I thought I ran the autofocus routine before we did this, but oh no, spoke too soon. Motherfucker. Oh yeah, Weaselbox, yeah. We can share some pics here in a minute. Oh, I got a solution on that time. Yeah, you're probably right, Stan. You know what? There is a lot of moonlight tonight. That's probably what's throwing me. Okay, we got 2 points. Yeah, the remote desktop is the way to go. Okay, there we go. All right, now I will be outside. You could run it from an old laptop. Yeah, the mini PC is just more. Yeah, nearly full moon. Yeah, I bet that's the reason why we're having difficulties with this. Okay, I need to change the mic over. So I
Will be outside. All right, you should have me on the potato mic. Yeah, all right, here we go. All right, let's see. Back outside. Hopefully this will... Yeah, I'm pointing like as far away from the moon as I possibly can be right now. Literally the opposite side of the sky. And I might even actually be bringing in part of the frickin'... Oh, yeah. Oh, this is going to not work, actually. Yeah, no, god damn it. No, it's failing. Now it's failing because I'm looking at... I've got half of the roof in the shot. Yeah, I don't know how it managed to even solve that first one. Yeah, okay, that's definitely... Yeah, that stretched image you were seeing is like super red on the side because the... it's looking at like half of the roof right now. So I need to manually slew back to another part of the sky. The good news is that the clouds have completely fucked off. So that is good news. That's the good news. All right, we're gonna just slew manually back to... Might even have Jupiter in the frame there. Okay, back to... We'll try this again. Maybe you guys can shut the moon off for me. That would help. Yeah, nope, not getting solutions on that. Nope, that's not working. I'm pointed like pretty close to the zenith actually, so it's kind of should be like the darkest part of the sky here. We just maybe just don't have enough stars. Why did that stop? All right, we'll try it over there. So it seems the scope is hard to use when the moon is very bright. Okay, I got a solution on that one. That's good. Solve that one right away. Next spot. Capturing. Solving, got 2 for 2. Come on, baby, you can do it. Settling. Capturing. 5 seconds. Solving. Got it. Okay. All right, I'm showing 8 seconds of error in altitude. And I need to undo that. Okay, that's good. I'm actually gonna purposely bring that down, and I'm gonna set the lock. Then I think it failed to solve, but that was probably touching the telescope while it was happening. Yep, okay, good, cool. All right, now we need to move up 23 arc minutes. Really got to try to sneak up on it. 15 arc minutes, okay, that's good. Man, really am envious of those guys that have observatories with piers where they can set their telescopes up and just leave them, right, and not have to do this every night. Getting close here, 8 arc minutes. Five minutes. Yeah, the good news is the clouds are completely gone. It looks really, really nice and clear now. So hopefully that stays. 2 minutes. Getting closer now. And the wind has died off. So hopefully we will be getting it here. Okay, let's see. We're into 55 arc seconds in altitude, 3 arc minutes in azimuth. So I'll adjust the azimuth now. I overshot it, of course. Okay, 1 arc minute in altitude. 23 arc seconds in azimuth. Oh, hot damn. Okay, we're calling that good. 5 arc seconds in altitude, 27 in azimuth. Okay. Inside. All right. Hot tamale, hot tamale, hot tamale. Close the blinds. All right. Yay, okay. All right, back to the good mic here.
All right, fingers crossed. That's the last time I have to go out there tonight. It's nice and clear. It's a little breezy. It's a little cold. We like it to be a bit warmer. Although it's actually fine if it's cold outside. You know, when we're inside here. All right. Okay, now let's go back to Sluin Center on the Crab Nebula. Yeah, is it the actual full moon or is it I mean, it's either tonight or we're like plus or minus 2 days of the full moon. Basically, might as well be. Yeah. Okay, that's weird. Did that? Azimuth is left right. So you have yeah, so there's the sort of simplest coordinate system for pointing to in the sky is azimuth, which is left right, and then altitude, which is up down. So okay, now what is going on here now? Because now I'm getting incredibly streaked stars. Am I not? No, it's acting like it's not guiding. It says it is, but it's... It says it is, but I don't believe it. Okay. It definitely is. That star's nice and round, and there's little look at these little adorable little diffraction spikies on there. Okay, so now go back to framing. Slew and center. Okay, I don't know what it was doing. Free software, guys. And it's actually, I mean, I've used software that costs a lot more money than free. It's way less reliable than this. I'm sure anyone who works in professional industries can relate to that. It's just. Yeah, like a full moon. What in the hell is going on here? Yeah, is it not? It's just like not settling. Why is it not settling? All right, we are gonna start over. We're gonna park it. Is it not parking now? Altitude is just altitude. So you have azimuth, left, right, and then altitude is the up, down. Nina is just not. Yeah, Nina is just having a hell of a time here with the mount. Either, I mean, it might be the on-step controller. Let me just disconnect it and reconnect it. Yeah, Nina is just not controlling the mount at all. All right, so we're gonna shut Nina down. I was just talking about, oh, isn't this software great? No, it is. This is like an on-step issue, which is the controller, the telescope's control software. So I'm gonna connect to that with my phone and try to see if I can get the oh, yeah. The telescope let's see. Will it return home? Yeah, it's so when I use the app, it tells me it's at the above the overhead limit. So Nina doesn't get that information. Yeah, crap. I have to power it down. I have to power it down, and then I have to manually slew it back to the home position. Yeah, so it hit its limit, and when it does that, it goes into like I think it just completely goes into like complete lockdown mode, and it won't let you let me see if I can manually slew it here. Maybe I can. Oh, yep, I can. Yeah, it's a safe mode. But yeah, okay, we're getting somewhere now. Yeah, you can see I'm using my phone to slew it here. So I just need to get it up away from the overhead limit, and now I should be able to park it. Okay, now it's going back to the home position to park. All right, so I don't have to restart it. That's good. Okay, now I'll relaunch Nina. This was not a power cycle. Looks like hopefully I don't have, fingers crossed, I don't have to actually power cycle it. So, but yeah, it was at its it was in like a safe mode. It's not rocket surgery. It's not rocket appliances. All right, okay, that should be good. Okay, so now we go to mount, and it's set to, yeah, tracking is stopped, and it will unpark it. And now it's at sidereal. So now we'll bring up framing, and I'll load my Crab Nebula shot, plate solve it. Where are we at here? 2 hours and 24 minutes into the stream, and we haven't started imaging yet. So that's astrophotography, baby. Slew and centered. Okay, all right. Now we are slewing. Good, okay. So I wonder, oh shoot, you know, we may be the reason it was, I know what was happening. The reason it was beyond the overhead limit is because, you know, it slews to where it thinks it is, and then it takes a shot and plate solves. So it slewed too far and it hit the overhead limit. And now I'm looking at it coming in, and it looks like we're getting there here now. So. Now, why did that plate solve fail? Oh, crap. No, did it just do the same thing? Oh. I don't think it's hitting the tripod stand. It looks like it. It should have plenty of clearance. But yeah, I think we're hitting that. I think we're just hitting that overhead limit. Yeah. It just doesn't know what Nina doesn't know what to do. Nina doesn't know what to do when. Yeah, Nina just doesn't know what to do with itself here. So. All right, we're gonna go back to the Orion Nebula. We were gonna shoot Crab Nebula because Orion wasn't out of the tree, but it's been so long. Now, I'm pretty sure now. Which we were mentioning, we were talking about earlier that the Orion Nebula was better to shoot anyways. Although now it's not giving me, now OnStep isn't telling me that issue. What in the heck? Okay, we may need a power cycle. Now it's acting weird. I told it to home. Okay, I am getting the above overhead limit error again. Okay. Yeah, this is an OnStep thing, man. OnStep is just. I mean, again, it's free software, right? And it's open source and community developed, and like, I'm so grateful for these guys for doing that, you know, stuff. But like, It just really leaves a lot to be desired. There's really good open source software out there, and this just unfortunately doesn't really seem to be. Yes, I can. I don't want to do that right now. Okay. Going back home. Weaselbox. So in the firmware for controlling the telescope, it has limits, software limits, so it doesn't slew too far. If it slews too far, then it could come around and wrap the cables up or collide with the tripod. So you have software limits set up. So that's what we mean by the overhead limit. So it doesn't go too far. You get what you get, hub. That's fun. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Having said that, I've used in my previous job. We had my previous employment. We had out in the shop. We had a laser system. It can, but I've had very hit and miss results with using Stellarium, Stan. Like even more unreliable. Yeah, I'm trying to. I mean, yeah, power cycling is like that's probably what I should be, but like I don't want to do that. No, I think we're okay now. Well, we're gonna not go to the Crab Nebula. We're gonna go to the Orion Nebula because that was better anyways, and it's more fun to see. Yeah, I'd have to set that up, and I don't really want to set that up on this PC stand. No worries, Weaselbox. I'm kind of just being a little bit, what's the word? A little bit stubborn about power cycling. Okay, and we're gonna go look at the Orion Nebula. Oh, but then I'm gonna have to rotate the camera. Oh, we're not gonna rotate the camera. We're just gonna shoot. I'm really concerned about guiding. The whole point of this is to evaluate the mount and get the guiding to work. So we're gonna just shoot the Orion Nebula with whatever framing we have. And we are back to slewing. Yeah, I feel you, Benji. Yeah, so I was saying, so we had these Amada laser and press brake bending machines. So this is like a super heavy duty laser, industrial laser that can cut like quarter inch thick steel. Psh, just the thing is like insane power, crazy money, right? This thing, right? And the software that runs that was like potentially very powerful because you would send it. Imagine like a piece of sheet metal for like a computer case, right? That has bends and folds. So you design that in SolidWorks or whatever CAD software, and then you just send the 3D model to the Amada software, and it like unfolds it. So it knows how to cut it, and then programs the bender to like which tools to use, and like have the it's like supposed to do all that, right? This software was absolute garbage. I mean, this machine is like. These two machines and like the software suite alone is like $30,000, and the machines are like I don't know, I have no idea. I mean they've got to be the machines and stuff has got to be at least $1 million, right? This software was garbage, dude. It was like so bad. It was like the worst software you've ever seen. Like it's hard to describe the ways in which the software is bad. But now we have an image of the Orion Nebula. Look at that. Okay, now we can finally get to some guiding. All right. So we want to adjust slew and center. We're not going to worry about rotation because I don't want to go mess with the camera right now. We will run the autofocus again. And let's see, we're not going to do that. We're going to do 120-second exposures. And we're going to loop. Loop until time. Let's see, I think 23:30. And we don't want those. And okay, well, let's run that. Okie dokie. Hopefully. All right, we are autofocusing. Hopefully everything will be squared away here. Awesome, dude. Yeah, I'm going to be mad that I didn't rotate these images. If I go to rotate the images, then I'm going to have to redo the polar alignment. And that was a whole, if I go rotate the camera, I'm going to have to redo the polar alignment. And that was a whole thing. Now I'm kind of torn. I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, I know I don't want to do that, but be like kind of just totally starting over here, but yeah, it's okay. We'll just go with this. We're interested in the guiding. That's what we're here for. We need to keep focused on the guiding. Boy, these stars are like, oh, it's out of focus. Duh. So this focus curve is looking really nice. That's probably the best one we've got so far. Yeah, that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing. I really just want to get an image sequence going. I want to get this thing imaging so we can then watch the guiding come in and compare the images that we get and the guiding. Pretty good. It's still getting this bulge over on this right side here. So I have some backlash or some binding issues going on in that focuser, which I've known about. So okay, now we're guiding. Now's the exciting part of astrophotography, guys, where we get to watch this graph come in through the night. This juggly squiggly line graph, and see how squiggly it can, hopefully less squiggly it can be. We may stop and restart to play with the guiding. You wonder how the polar alignment works. Well, geez. Gosh, how do you explain polar alignment, guys? Good astro is supposed to be boring. Yes, you were right. Good astrophotography. Good imaging. Polar alignment is... So earlier, Weasel Box, we were talking the altitude azimuth coordinate system. Oh, you see those clouds just pass through there? Wait, was that cloud? So the altitude azimuth system, if you want to point at an object, you say it's this many degrees left and this degrees up. But the Earth doesn't work like that. The Earth is rotating about its axis, right? So in order to do long exposure astrophotography like this, we actually need to use a different coordinate system. And the name of that coordinate system is, we call that the equatorial system, an equatorial grid. So polar alignment is the process of aligning one of the axes of the telescope mount to the Earth's axis of rotation, so that the telescope is actually only moving in one direction to track an object as it moves throughout the sky. Probably doing a really terrible job of explaining it. And part of the reason it's difficult to explain is because, like, I don't know what level of prerequisite knowledge you have if you understand coordinate systems, or how the Earth works. So, yeah, or how the different norths work. Yeah, magnetic north has nothing to do with it. So we don't worry about magnetic north. It's just the axis of rotation of the Earth. Is because the sky actually revolves around one point. That's probably the simplest way to explain it, Stan. Thank you. Polar alignment is the process of aligning a telescope's rotation axis with the Earth's axis. That's probably the simplest way to explain it. My guiding is looking rather poor right now. I'm showing 1.8 total error. And my star shapes are reflecting it. Well, that's rather discouraging. Last night I was getting better guiding with worse conditions. But something is weird. There's like these little flashes going on here. Yeah, there's some weird. Is that cloud? I'm gonna go peek outside real quick. I guess we can look at the security cam too. I'm gonna go take a peek outside real quick. Yeah, totally. It's exactly what it is, Myth. It's the tree. So yeah, these little white blobs you're seeing coming in here are the tree leaves. So yeah, we're not gonna get good guiding for another half hour or so. Ah, geez, you can't. Some days it's like everything could possibly go wrong. At least it's that. So, I mean, hopefully that's, yeah, see, the guiding just got really bad. So there's like a leaf is going in there and yeah. Okay. I'm just going to stop this because this is definitely not going to work. Definitely not going to work. We can stop that. Yeah. Yeah. F in chat. Okay. Well, we can find another object and, all right, let's point at the California Nebula. We were going to do that earlier. Oh, yeah. Once we... I mean, if we ever even get there, right? Come on, thing. Okay, this is going to fill the frame with nebulosity. Maybe we'll just get like... I'm trying to get like the bright stars in there. All right, let's do that. Cool, man. Thanks for being here, JB. I appreciate you. Good luck, and hopefully tomorrow night you'll have some clear skies. We'll see what you can get with your scope. Arahorn, hola, ¿cómo estás? We would love eggs right now. We've definitely been having some times tonight. Okay, we're pointing towards the California Nebula. Oh, I think we're there. We should be there. Very faintly, you can see a little bit of it there. Okay, cool. We'll work with that. We will work with that. Maybe we'll just do this for like a little bit, and then we'll come back to the Orion Nebula. Oh, whoops. Oh, stupid thing. Oh, I had it, and then I just moved it. Oh, that's okay. Your tripod leg holder just finished printing. Is that like for travel or for or for use in the field? All right, let's see. Delete those. And we're going to do 120 seconds. I'm just going to set this like 50 iterations for now. We'll figure this out later. Okay, we're running this. Travel/storage. Got it. Cool. Yeah, it's something I need to work on for sure is my travel. Your tripod has trouble keeping her legs together, huh? I'm gonna clear this ugly guide data out of here. That just looks bad. Looks bad. Making me look bad. Yeah, cool, man. I probably should have centered it on that bright star that's next to it. Well, we'll just go with this. Try another autofocus run. The autofocus seems to be working pretty well. And whether or not I'm getting better, sharper focus, that we'll have to wait and see. 3D prints for the win. Hell yeah, man. I don't have anything printing right now. Okay, so now we're doing that thing where it's not detecting any stars, which is interesting. Okay, we may be totally out of focus here, but we'll let the sequence continue going. I don't know if it it failed on the autofocus. I don't know if it put it back to the position it was at. But the guiding has started. And not off to a particularly nice looking start. Wow, this is looking just as bad as when we were pointing at the tree. Can you imagine steering a boat by the sky? I mean, they had the tools and instruments to do it. But it was a lot of tricky measuring and instruments. What was the name of the tool? The sextant? Sextant? So this image is way out of focus, but yeah, we'll find out if it. We'll go ahead and let it shoot this 2-minute exposure and see what we get. The guiding is looking not great. I was getting much better last night. Oh wow! There you go. Yeah. Astrolabe. Yeah, I don't remember. I know what a sextant looks like, but I don't remember an astrolabe. I remember that name. This image is gonna this is gonna look terrible. This guiding is really awful here. Oh, I'm losing stars now. Now it looks like there's clouds. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna stop this again. The California Nebula is in there. Focus looks probably soft, and yeah, focus is soft. Maybe that's why the autofocus failed, because there might be some clouds over there. Let me go peek my head outside real quick. Wow, those clouds came out of nowhere, dude. It was like perfectly clear, and now there's just like these high, like wispy cirrus clouds. And you can see that's what this. Yeah, look at the white here. Of course, didn't we say just as soon as we get this set up, those clouds are gonna come in? Yeah, that's how she goes, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, this forecast got just tragically awful. Yeah, we're definitely done for the night with the telescope. Let me take a look at this here. So this went from like earlier today, it showed like a little bit of cloud at like 10. Like it showed just like a little bit of 10, but now it's like, I mean, now it's just like cloud. So, okay. Well, I mean, at least, you know, the guiding was awful, but it was because of a tree, and then it was because of clouds. Yes, F in chat for tonight's imaging and mount testing. I'm glad I got the mount out last night to test it, and it was working pretty good last night. So, I'm just gonna park the telescope for now. Yes. I used to have the crying clouds emoji there in Twitch. I'm not sure why that's gone, but yeah, you can see some of the. So you can see these clouds, but what you can't see to the west and right overhead now, there's just these big, huge, long, streaking cirrus clouds. It just rolled in out of nowhere. So, no, F is to pay respect, Star Traveler. F is to pay respects. Press F to pay respects. Ah, well, I mean, there's by moonlight. There'll still be a lot of moonlight outside there. And I don't know, there may not be clouds over there by you. What's up, Gold? Thank you. We appreciate your respects. Star Traveler, if you don't know that meme, it took me forever to figure out that meme. It was from, there's a Wikipedia page about it. There you go. Yeah, Benji knows. It took me a long time to learn what this meme means. Yeah, it's from Call of Duty. Press F to pay respects. It was from an era when video games were doing a lot of what was that called? It was like a cutscene action sequence kind of things, or it was like you just push one button and then the character does this thing instead of like actually pushing the button to do anything. We did take a couple of pics, Weaselbox. They were not good. They were not good. We can look at them. Might as well, huh? Let me load those up. I got 3 images. Yeah, like quick gestures or whatever. A very blurry and out of focus bit of the Orion Nebula here. QuickTime events. There it is. Thank you, Benji. Yeah, QuickTime events. Yeah, that gaming went through a phase of that for like a few years. Yeah, or something. Every game had QuickTime events. I feel like the Resident Evil series had like mad QuickTime events. So, was there a headshot plus teabag at QuickTime event? I don't know. Very out of focus sub of the Orion Nebula, and this one also, and then this poor out of focus and poor guiding California Nebula. Assassin's Creed, yes. I never played any of the Assassin's Creeds, but yeah, that was probably notorious for them there. Just so you know what we're capable of. The images that the targets we were looking at. So this is the Orion Nebula. This is what I shot. I shot this with that telescope. Over a couple of nights. So this is what it can look like with. This was 3 hours of integration time. This image is okay. It's pretty decent. There's some kind of ugly stuff going on with the stars, diffraction and light leaking here, light glare. But still pretty nice. So we're trying to work on this and to make it better. So that's what we were first starting to shoot at. Actually, what we were first starting to shoot at was the Crab Nebula, which is one of my favorite targets. That's the Crab Nebula. This is a supernova remnant. Oh, this thing is... I don't know. There's a thing with Windows now, too, where it doesn't want to let you zoom in. There we go. So this is a supernova remnant. Star exploded. This is one of my favorite targets. And what's really cool about this one is in the history of humanity, we have human astronomers witnessed this star exploding. Like we have Chinese astronomers from, what is it, like 3,000 or 5,000 years ago? We'd have to look that up. And now we see the result of it. So this is the expanding gas and dust from the star, right? What you're seeing here is mostly hydrogen and oxygen gas, but there's more of it in there than that. So we've got that one. And then the California Nebula. This is I also shot from the balcony here. Oh, really? Are there animations? Oh, that's amazing. Or somebody posted an animation in the Discord, but I think it was just a transition from like one wavelength to another, like X-ray and stuff like that. So this is the California Nebula. This was the other thing we were trying to shoot, but that other telescope would have been like zoomed into it like this. So UV to IR. Yeah. Okay. So like through the whole spectrum. Yeah. So the whole spectrum. So that's what we were looking at. So I'm just going to leave the telescope parked for a bit. And, I don't know, the weather's iffy. So we'll transition and check on it in a half hour, an hour or so, maybe we can get something else done. But in the meantime, let's play with some images. Let's look at some galaxies. Our friend Mithrodites Astro over on Twitch. He had his first proper imaging session a couple weeks ago. We went out to the desert. Had a couple of really great nights. Had a lot of fun out there. Let's take a look at Myth's image here of M81, M82. I need my process icons. Well, yeah, that's how light works. So technically everything, literally everything that you see is from the past because light travels at a finite speed. Even from your computer monitor to your eyeballs, you're seeing it, a fraction of a millisecond ago. But space is really fucking big. Really big. So when we look out in space, we're seeing things a long time ago. So we're seeing right now a pair of galaxies, M81 and M82, known as Bode's Galaxy and the Cigar Galaxy. And Myth, you're going to have to go back next month and add data to this because there's an incredible amount of detail hiding in here. This is going to be like such a cool shot of these two galaxies. Such a cool field of view. Yeah, we'll have to work on that amp glow issue. It'll be interesting to see if the gradient removal tools will remove it. So we'll get there. So this camera uses the whole spectrum. This was shot with an astronomy camera, and most astronomy cameras, I mean, not the whole electromagnetic spectrum. That's a lot. This camera is going to take advantage, is going to see in mostly the visual spectrum, which is what we can see, plus a little bit into the deeper reds that we can't see. So, yeah. You need to get a lot because there's there's this little, look at this little patch here of stars, like part of the spiral tail, sort of like it's breaking off, and then I'm pretty sure here we can see, in here this brighter area. I'm pretty sure this is all IFN. I know I've seen deep images of these galaxies, and there's a lot of IFN through this whole field of view, so that's really cool to see. IFN stands for, is it Integrated Flux Nebula? It's just intergalactic dust that's there. So. Oh, awesome. Yeah, exclamation point Discord in chat. Thank you, Airhorn. Yeah. What's up, Juan? Hola, Juan. All right, let's work on this image here. So you stacked this. Myth stacked this. I think you said you stacked this with... Well, we have lights and flats, obviously, and you stack darks, but I think you don't have bias frames in here, right? So I don't know, you know, kind of what effect that's going to have, if it's going to have any. So what I want to see is, yes, we do not have an astrometric solution. So let's crop it in. It is the V2, yes. So we're cropping out these artifacts. These are from the stacking process here. So I'm just looking at the edges. That'll be good. Crop that a little bit. Oh, these are the ones with the bias frames. Okay, right. You told me that. Cool. Okay. Got it. Awesome. Okay, so now what we need is to get an astrometric solution. So you're going to need to tell me, Myth, if you can, the pixel size and the focal length of your pixel size of your image sensor and the focal length of your telescope. If you can do that for me. And date and time. So I know he shot this 2025 and it was somewhere around 1:30, and we'll go with midnight 00. So let's see. Okay, so he's using an ASI 183MC Pro color camera. So we can Google that. This is the camera. And what we want to know is the pixel size. Pixel size in microns, 2.4. Oh wow, this has smaller pixels than my my camera. And now what's the focal length of your scope? I got the pixel size, need the focal length. I think you said 700 millimeters. I'm just gonna try that. I think you told me 700. Or I remember 700 for some reason. Oh, with the 0.8 reducer. So a little bit less. Got it. Okay. Okay, we'll go back to image solver. So we'll try 550. And we have to search for this again. M82. I really wish this would work better. Gotcha. Okay, we're good. We have an astrometric solution. It is there. Cool. All right, now we can start to play with some fun stuff here. I'm just gonna use Graxpert. Graxpert's like the go-to gradient removal. It really looks like you just have kind of gradient from the amp glow. So hopefully it'll subtract that. I'm gonna bring the smoothing down on the Graxpert script, and we'll try this. The other thing that's I think are like a bummer in your images is these blue purple halos around your stars. Oh yeah, look at that. Graxpert pulled that amp glow out no problem. That's great. What a great tool. Yeah, these like purple halos are kind of a bummer. We'll see how we can process those out. It looks like what you get with like a doublet, but I know you said that telescope's a triplet, so. And the stars just look really bloated regardless. Like you said you were using a UV-IR filter, and they seem like... I wonder if that reducer you're using is just not a very good... Because it seems a lot of times, from what I can gather, that using like cheap corrector lenses... Yeah, so using like cheap corrector or poorer quality corrector lenses have lots of issues, so related to that. So okay, I really like what that did with subtracting out the background though, so we're looking really good there. So the next thing to do is to color calibrate, and we'll use spectrophotometric color calibration. And so for this we can just set the filters to RBG, and yeah, we'll just run that. Set the preview for the background neutralization. Color calibrate it. Doesn't look like UV is getting filtered. Yeah. The color calibration looks great. There's so much detail in Bodes. I don't know that I've seen Bodes in this much detail, and without like a... And I haven't looked at a lot of images, but yeah. Okay. So that's looking cool. Let's blur exterminate it. And I'll bring up the sharpen non-stellar here. Would probably be better to do that in 2 steps, but we might play with this. Actually, I might need to make a preview, because maybe blur exterminator can remove those purple halos a bit. Let's see what it does just with the default settings, and then maybe we'll make a preview and then kind of just play around with it some. Oh shit, I clicked off of it, damn it. I keep forgetting to not do that. This might freeze. It's acting like it's frozen. Might have to start over. Yeah, you and me both, brother. We need to dial in these damn clouds. That's what we need to dial in. Oh, absolutely. All right. Yeah. Oh. Is it making progress here? Okay, here we go. These plugins don't play nicely with OBS Studio with streaming. You just can't. You can't click off of it. If it's not the active window, it gets angry. Python for image processing. Wow. I mean, probably would give you a level of understanding in these, these processes that we're doing. So yeah. All right. So yeah, this did kind of weird stuff. So it shrunk it down, but now look, we have this like green. We have this like green halo. Okay, let's do this. Let's make a preview. We'll do a couple of 2 PCs for shoots. I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. So we have the adjust star halo slider. Let me read the tooltip on here. Let's see. Positive values produce brighter halos with larger extents, giving stars softer appearance. Okay, let's just try cranking this. And we'll apply it just to the preview so it goes faster. Hell yeah. YouTube and Twitch, that's the way to do it. Okay, let's try the negative value. Okay, the negative value seems to correct that more. Okay, so we're going to try that with the negative value. Adjust star halos cranked all the way down. There may be some other processes to do. They're perfectly round, so that really helps with these processes. So there may be some other things that we can do, and probably a lot of things that I don't really know, but maybe we can play around with, or we can do some internet researching on how to work on that. These colored blotches, I'm pretty sure we can clone stamp those out. So this like greenish halo around the purple halo. Okay, oops. Wanted to remove the preview. And now we'll star exterminate. Now we'll remove the stars and see what we get here. It's just the really bright ones. So it seems like you're not filtering either the UV or the IR or both. And so the bright ones get really blown out. When I was first getting back at it and I didn't have a UV IR filter, all my stars not all my stars, but the brighter stars look very, very large and blown out like that. I didn't have this color thing going on here, but definitely had that blooming, the very, very large star look. Yeah, was this the first target you shot? I think that was the first one that you pointed at, right? Oh, duo band filter. Okay. Do you know which filter? Because I think some of those don't filter UV-IR very well or at all. So that could be the thing. The first one ever. Wow, cool. Okay, so Star Exterminator pulls these out. And so I'm pretty sure we can use Blemish Blaster and nuke out all these colored splotches here. So let's try. Uh-oh. You guys know what time it is. It's cat time. Oh, SV220. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, the Rasa's a pretty popular scope on Star Traveler. Say hi to Mr. Cat. Say hello, Mr. Cat. Say hello. Say hello. No, you don't want to say hello? That's Mr. Cat. Yep. You're being tormented by Rasas? Is everyone like trying to peer pressure you into buying a Rasa random? Okay, so I'm thinking I'm wondering if we should denoise it and then try to nuke these, or should we nuke them and then denoise it? I think we want to denoise it first. And we're just going to kind of run like 75%, 76 on the denoise. Yeah, all these, anything in here that's a splotch is a galaxy. And it's cool when you subtract the stars, they really stand out. They kind of look like little blemishes, and you're like, oh, get rid of that. No, that's a galaxy. We'll do the image annotation on there. Yeah, that RAS is a pretty big, heavy, scope also. So you're gonna need a a substantial mount. So yeah, what is it? I think it's 400 millimeter focal length f2, so super fast. Yeah, there's so much crazy going on in the cigar galaxy here. This is one you really want to shoot with a mono camera and HA, hydrogen alpha filter, because there's a lot of really cool HA structure going on in there. And this will come out too when we do like a lot of the details just kind of getting blown out here because of the stretch. Look at how much detail is in there. So we'll do like an HDR style process on it, and all those details will come out. So, and actually, let me do. You end up getting, when you remove the stars and you do an auto stretch, then it like way overstretches it. So we're gonna go and do SETI Astro's Blemish Blaster tool and see if we can get rid of these kind of weird spots here. So we shift click and drag a circle, execute. Didn't quite get rid of it all. I think we need maybe a bigger circle. Yeah. There's just a couple of lines from that. We'll see if we can't get those out a little bit. Maybe we can. Those might not show when we stretch it. This tool is working pretty good. Okay, this is gonna be. Let me get this one. This one, there's a galaxy right next to here, and I don't wanna blemish blast a whole freaking galaxy. See what this does. This is probably gonna pull some of that data from that galaxy over into here. No, it didn't. Look at that. Oh, cool. There's kind of some lighter ones over here. It did? My first one added a galaxy? The first one I did was like over here. Hello, cat. Hello, cat. So this one is tricky. This will be interesting to see what this does. Pretty good. Oh, the upper left corner? Oh, okay. Up over here? Oh yeah, this is my cat right here. Okay, two of you guys are saying added a galaxy. I don't really know. Should we start over? All right, we'll start over. I think you guys. I don't know what you guys are. I don't think it did. Okay, well I started over. I'll start over. I'll look more carefully. Maybe I need you guys watching over me so I don't accidentally blemish blast the whole entire galaxy out of existence. Like how many life forms and civilizations and planets are we just so carelessly nuking away with a tool? Oh, that one added a galaxy. Oh, that one might be the one you guys are talking about. Oh, yeah, okay, I see that. Copy these guys over there. Maybe that was the one you were talking about. All right, well, I think what we can do is we'll just do a smaller one. And we'll just get rid of that. Oh, that looks really ugly. That's the one, huh? Okay, well, it's gone now. This tool looks like kind of pixel peeping. It looks like it does an okay job. It's definitely faster than the clone stamp tool, but it's still leaving like a bit of ringing artifacts. I don't know if you can see that on the stream. So I haven't really used this too much yet. This is a new tool from SETI Astro, and it's pretty cool. I mean, it's very cool. It's very cool that, you know, this guy makes these free tools for us to use. And but looks like there is a bit of limitations to it. So yeah, I can definitely still see a bit of a ring pattern there. It's pretty faint. Yeah, no, I mean that's, you know, yeah. You know, you pixel peep to get the best results. And, you know, start to get intuitive sense for what types of things, you know, make the images work better or not. So, yeah, it's looking like almost totally overcast outside right now. This one was pretty ugly. I don't know if I'm gonna wanna. What if I try like just on top of it? Yeah, maybe that's a little better. And then maybe I'll go in with a clone stamp tool and just kind of clean up these, clean these up a little bit. It's the patterns that stand out. So if we kind of clone stamp away the pattern, then yeah, then I think we can get something that'll look a bit better. A bit better there. Okay, I think we'll go with that. Yeah, yep. Okay, and so now this image is stretched a little bit differently, and I can kind of, I can kind of see it in here. So let's play with the clone stamp tool. Super soft. And bring the opacity down a little bit. Just kind of randomizing that. This one's tricky because it's right on the edge of the galaxy here, so. And maybe can't quite get rid of all of it. Be a bit smaller here. Something like that. I don't want to get too crazy with it. Well, cat's so comfy she doesn't even want to get up for supper. Her automatic feeder just gave some food. Okay, kind of splitting hairs on those ones, I think maybe. All right, I think maybe we'll go. Something like that. Okay, we'll call that good. Let's give this thing a stretch. Okay, need the preview. So now is here where we'll start to. Yeah, dude. Yeah, see, there's like hints of IFN around here. This would like, you know, with like 7-8 hours of data is gonna just look incredible. Oh, do you get some supper? What's up, Quasar? Oh man, I'm so sorry. Oh, is this one you don't get in the southern hemisphere? I guess so, huh? Because it's to the north of us. Wow. I've been good, man. Been very good. Been very good. Histogram stretching. Yeah, it's very tricky. There's tools to help with that. I just kind of do it manually. I think we'll start with that for now. The vertical haze, yes. So this is a very faint bit of what we call IFN, or integrated. I believe it's IFN stands for Integrated Flux Nebula. And my friend Dan just shared a picture, a shot that he did. My friend Dan is the man. Well, we've got a few people around here that are the men. So. Yes, so let's take a look at Dan's shot of some IFN. This image here. So this is, I believe IFN stands for Integrated Flux Nebula. Yeah, so it's just dust. So in the galaxy, there's just dust floating out there. The dust is heavier elements like, I don't know, like iron and copper and aluminum and, you know, the heavier elements that would make up dust and dirt. And so that's what we see there. So that dust itself is not emitting light. This is just visible because it's light from these stars is bouncing off of it. But it's still very, very faint. Very, very faint. So you need, in order to be able to pick this up, you need really dark skies and a lot of exposure time, a lot of integration time. So he shot 51 by 300 seconds. I don't math in my head. 15,300 seconds divided by 3,600 is, it's only around 4.5 hours. So, but I mean, that is really terrific. Warp drives really won't work, will it? I don't know. I think there's nothing in the laws of physics that break the idea of a warp drive, but particles of the ocean current. Yeah. So you know the ocean is made up of particles of water, but water and fish poop and fish, and the difference is that the density of this gas and dust is extremely low. You know, it's going to be like one particle for every like million cubic miles or something like that, right? Some crazy low density. So anyways, that's a wonderful picture of IFN from my friend Dan Watt. And you can see outside now, it's almost totally overcast. Dan is the man. Okay, seeing as how it's totally overcast, well, I was going to get up and go outside and bring the telescope in, but I guess I don't really need to. And the cat seems to be chilling. Yeah, we can do some stuff to bring out the dust here a little bit. We'll continue to work on that. This was just my initial stretch to kind of get it to where I think I want it. And but yeah, now I think I'll use yet another script. We'll try this color corrected HDRMT script. This has been an interesting script that our friend Mazif shared with me and shared with us. So that did some. Yeah, she's used to it though. Like she knows. I can't sit still for too long. I tend to shift a lot, so I feel bad because I don't have a good nap and lap. But she's a master of getting right back to a nap, Okay, that did not quite have the effect that I was looking for. Interesting. Let's try it again. Let's see. I think we want to increase the number of layers. Either want to increase them or decrease them. I can never remember. Yeah, that core is super bright. There's a couple of things we can do to bring that out. Well, that made it brighter. But also brought out this dust and stuff. I don't think that's what we want. I think we want to go the other direction. Fewer layers. The filament on the dust lane, yeah. Okay, that was way too many. But yeah, okay. Now look at how much detail you have in the cigar galaxy here. So that looks really weird. We're getting there. That was 4 layers, so maybe let's try 6 layers. That may be a little bit overdoing it, but I don't know. Maybe we'll keep it like that. Yeah, that's pretty wild. It looks like these. So this one still looks kind of overexposed over here. So this is a really tricky image to process then, because I kind of have like different needs. We may be able to just work with curves a little bit. Just bring down the really... Yeah, okay, I think what I'm going to do is... I think I'm going to process these. I'm going to do... I don't like what it did over on this one. I think I did too much. And this one, kind of not enough. Well, no, maybe I'll leave it. But we need to bring the brightness down on this one. So I'll brute force it with another SETI Astro script, the Fame script, and we'll draw a mask around the cigar galaxy. And we want to blur the heck out of it. We want a nice and soft mask. Okay, so now we're only affecting that part. And we'll come into curves here. We might just bring the whole brightness down. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. We want to preserve the lows and the midtones. And we just want to bring the brightest of brights down here. Maybe something like that. Is that what we want to do? Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. It's pretty subtle. It's tough to see, but I think that is... Yeah, okay. That was before, and that's after. Yeah. All right, let's kill the mask. Speechless, he says. All right, that's enough cat time. That was a freebie. Normally the cat cameo is a channel redeem, but you know, I'll give you guys that one. She decided to jump up here, so we'll give it to you for free. Maybe we should have a redeem for cat treat time. A channel redeem for treat time. Yeah, that was kind of my the sort of an epiphany I had about astronomy too. Is like you think like, especially like, you know, the last, I mean, if you sort of grew up in the age of Hubble, like a lot of us did, you sort of have this idea, this impression that like, you know, space is reserved for big research institutes and space telescopes, you know, but like, no, we can do it here. I mean, obviously the space telescopes are better, but like, dude, look at that. Like, this is pretty amazing. She looks ridiculously soft. Yeah, she's definitely a little softy. Okay, let's grab, let's work on, we can make the details stand out a little bit in here. So we will grab, these are my two tools that I always use. So we'll make a range mask. They do not have atmosphere to contend. They don't have clouds. That's our biggest problem lately, has been clouds. Okay, that's always too much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's kind of like it's kind of a, like maybe kind of, Hubble kind of does us sort of a disservice in that sense. Like it's, I don't want to make it sound like that's a bad thing, but, yeah, we're totally living in the age of the golden age of amateur astrophotography and astronomy. What we're able to do now with telescopes and imaging is totally unheard of. You know, even I mean, when I was first doing astrophotography back in 2016, so like barely even like 10 years ago, like astronomy specific cameras were not a thing at like the consumer level. Like this camera that you used, Myth, this camera was like $5,000 minimum. Maybe it was like 10 grand. It was like S big. There were the big clunky things. They were just not, yeah. And the cameras that are available now are they're just so much better. Yeah, they look cool in the Dob. Okay, now we're gonna put some color into this. But I think I want to also make a mask. Yes, I also want to make I also want a range mask for that, because I don't want to add color to the background. Yeah, I feel you, Quasar. I still stare at the Orion Nebula for hours. That's my favorite object to look at. It's so amazing. I had some cops pulled up. Did you share the view with the cops? Blow them away too. Those cameras, I might be underselling that. Those cameras, those S-Big cameras were like, maybe they were even more. They may have been like 10 grand. And they honestly weren't even that good. Now you never even hear that company name anymore. Nobody. I mean, maybe at like research institutes or something. All right, so now we're trying to push some of the blue, some saturation into the blue. And I'm going to do that kind of independently of the yellow, because the blue tends to be less saturated, I think, in these images. That's pretty good. Now we'll go to the curves and we'll push the saturation up for all the colors. Not too much. Just look like we have a bit of a purple going on here. So oh, well, we don't want green. Yeah, maybe that. Do I need less red? Just a tiny bit less red, it looks like. Yes, 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 yes. Red and blue make purple, right? So pull the red out of it. There we go. Okay, then we'll use SCNR to get rid of the green. And I think I can, at this point, I can remove the mask, I think. And then we'll go SCNR on the green. And it was pretty subtle, but some of this brown was looking a little green. So we'll go with that. And let's leave it like there. Let's not go too crazy on the colors. I don't think I need this mask anymore, but I'll save it. I think that's what we want to do, where I'll leave it with the galaxies maybe looking pretty natural looking. The amount of detail in this galaxy is kind of blowing me away too, Myth. This is like, yeah, this is the amount of dust lanes that the amount of dust we can see in here is pretty crazy. Yes. And only 2 hours of data. Pretty insane. Yeah, M81, Bode's Galaxy, yep. All right, let's work on the stars. So, now this is the tricky part. Can we kind of get rid of these blues? Let's see what Steady Astro Star Stretch script does. I'm gonna put the boost amount way down and hit execute on that and see what we get. Yeah, okay. So they're very less bloomy because I kind of did a really minimal stretch on them. There you go with the stars. That's pretty good. Okay, so I think we can probably work on this since we have the stars separate. This is the power of processing their stars separately. So can we get rid of this sort of blue, this sort of purple blue with curves of the star image? So let's see. Yeah, so if I just pull down the red channel, I pull down the red channel, now they're blue looking. So now I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull the saturation out of them a bit. No, maybe not. Okay, red channel. To get rid of the purple. And I want to desaturate the blue channel, so I can do that with okay, so now they're blue instead of purple. That's cool. Okay, so now I'll use the saturation tool. And then see if I can just bring down the blue saturation here. I think that's probably pretty good. Now put the stars back in. There we go. Okay. I'm liking that a lot. For what we started with, that's pretty darn good. But what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to pull that back out. I'm going to do another curves. I'm going to darken this background and add some more contrast to this because the background's pretty bright in here. So I'm going to bring down darken the background a bit. Combine stars. There we go. All right. That I think is I think we'll call that one done. Oh, awesome. Glad to have him. Thank you for sharing. Where is the cigar? It's the Cigar Galaxy. It's right next door to the Bode's Galaxy. That's the Cigar Galaxy. So, yeah, the Cigar Galaxy we're seeing edge on. And there's like really strong, like bursting out of the core going on here. And he's got a lot of really great detail in there, but there's a whole lot more. A lot of it happening in the hydrogen alpha range. So that's something to add back in. That's something you can image and add in later. Yeah, this is terrific. I really like it. I could play more with the colors actually because it's still kind of purple looking to me. Yeah, I'm not quite. Let me play with the curves a little bit. This is kind of my weakest part of the processing is kind of knowing how to get the colors to look like what you want, right? And I don't. It's just really like that. Kind of gets the blue looking a little better, but then the okay, maybe the core, but now it's looking kind of green. So do I just like bring the green channel down? Now it's back to looking purple. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna leave it. It was looking pretty good. Trying to do too much with it. The blue hues. Blue's your favorite color? Cool. Yeah. Yeah. There's kind of like some purple, like right in here. Cool. Well, if you guys like it, then good. Then we'll call it good. But yeah, the effects of the amp glow in there are barely noticeable. And yeah, I think the biggest thing to figure out that'll make your images better is going to be those star shapes and colors. Like how do we get rid of those like really large blooming stars and those purple colors, those purple hues around the stars, right? So and that and more integration time. Yeah, cool. Glad. Well, I'm far from true talent, man. I'm very much mediocre talent, especially when it comes to processing galaxies. There's probably there's definitely some workflows. Most of my workflow I've done kind of developed working on nebula, and it's different. It's definitely different colors and different needs with the galaxies, right? So yeah, there's definitely some areas that I can improve on. So I'm gonna need to go do some research myself to get better at processing these galaxies. And we're in galaxy season here, right? So that's what we're gonna be shooting over the next couple of months. So yeah. Mr. Cat, I think I should go bring that telescope inside. Let me get that thing all shut down. It's definitely fully overcast out there. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Get PixInsight going, and then or get the trials of PixInsight, the trial. Or just keep sending them to me, and we'll just keep processing them on the stream. Okay, I'm gonna get up. Give me a few minutes. Let me take a few minutes break to take a piss, get some water, bring the telescope inside because it's fully overcast. We're not gonna be doing any more imaging tonight, and I'll bring it in so birds don't poop on it or something. Yeah. Okay, give me just a few minutes here, guys. I'll run a Twitch ad while I'm up. And Mr. Cat, you have to get off the lap. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'll do that. Let me do that before I get up, so you can see the full resolution. Where am I saving this? In? Let's see. Oh, you want to see what it looks like outside? Yeah. Is it overcast up in Fontana? Comment. Mr. Kitty Cat. Oh, this is cool. Glad this is freezing up when I'm trying to save it. Oh, wow. That's a new one. Oh, okay. Are we okay? Ooh, that was scary. What is happening? What? Save as. Hello, cat. Not a single star. Well, tonight was not our night. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I'll BRB. I have to get up, Mr. Cat. I got to get up. I'm sorry. Okay, so the security camera is plugged in the security camera is plugged into the power strip that the telescope's plugged into. So that you can't watch me, but there's not much to see going on out there anyways. So I'll just leave you with the cat cam here. She likes my spot. Kitty Meatloaf. Yes, indeed. All right, guys, we're all packed up out there, and you'll notice that she perked right up. This is her favorite. You want some treats, Mr. Cat? You want some treats? Meow. Come over here. Come over this way. This way. This way. Come on. Come on. Oh, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yum, yum, yum. These are the best treats. Okay. That's enough treats. That's enough. That's enough treats. That's enough treats, cat. No, that's all the treats. That's all. All right, that was treat time. for Mr. Cat. Telescope's brought back inside safely. Let me catch up on, see what I missed. Good night, Benji. I think I saw that he bounced just as I was getting up. So he's probably not here, but thanks for being here, Benji. We appreciate you. Kitty to process a galaxy. Yeah, I don't know how well that would go. I don't think that would go very well. Old Curmudgeon, hey, what's up, man? How are you? Oh, you're in Palmdale. Oh, right on. Cool. Are you the one that brought the bad weather for us? In the clouds? Oh, dude. Cooking ribs in the oven for dinner. Man. This guy over here. Got it. Well. She's a lucky lady. With the ribs. Man. That's making me hungry. I saved that image, but I didn't post it in the Discord, did I? My bad. My bad. Where is that? Not there. Let me post that image. Sorry about that, Myth. Okay, there you go. Posted that image in the Discord. You can check that out. I like food too. Oh, cool. You got to see the SpaceX launch? We were just talking about that. Our friend Myth got some pics from San Diego area. It's your image, bro. It's your data. Absolutely. Belfield Solar up in Mojave. No. What's that? Cool. Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, that's your data. Where'd those where'd you post those launch pics, Myth? Was that in the general? Why am I not seeing that? Oh, here we go. Yeah, check these shots out, old curmudgeon. These are our friend Mithradites. Whoops. Yeah, I got it. And let's see, we turn off that thing. There we go. Close that window. Yeah, our friend Mithradites shot this these pictures. That's pretty freaking sweet, man. 500 megawatts of solar and 500 megawatts of Tesla batteries. Wow, that's rad. Are you working there? Is it like a work thing, or you were just checking it out? 500 megawatts. Oh yeah, that's Venus there, huh? Okay. Right on. That's cool. I hope they're not sending those Starlink satellites to Venus, because they won't last very long. You have good Wi-Fi in Venus for about 3 seconds. Very cool. Oh, Right on. Right on. So this is a new thing that's going in, huh? Yeah, solar plus the batteries, right? That's the key. Is so you charge them up during the day, and then you run the batteries down during the night. Yeah, I wonder if you could actually see the rocket from that far out. From where I'm at in Chino Hills, which is maybe, I'm maybe somewhere probably like 100 miles, 60 to 100 miles west of you, and I can see the fire. I can see the fire when the rocket's going up. It's pretty bright and noticeable, especially in the evening. So, okay, we're gonna close this. We're gonna move on to some other data here. Let's look at let's see. Maybe we're talking galaxies and stuff. Maybe we should look at some galaxies. Well, okay, we got bodes, so maybe we should do that. Zach, what's up, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Let's see. I'm looking for my picture of Bode's galaxy, since we were looking at Mithridate's image. Oh, I did reprocess this one. So here's my shot of Bode's. So this was with a much wider field of view, so it's not going to have nearly the amount of detail, and a bit of star trailing. Not the sharpest image, not the best camera, not the best guiding, but still pretty cool. And yeah, the amount of detail here is just not nearly as what Mithridates was able to get. But there's a little bit of IFN in this image, and I think, yeah, that was like an old process, so that one's not very good. I think yeah, what did I have? I don't know. I was gonna maybe process that one again, but let's look at that one. We can look at Orion Nebula data. That's Orion Nebula. That was shot a couple nights ago. Combination of a couple nights. This was from the new telescope out on the balcony. This is an interesting color palette. The 4-ax color palette. Kind of different take on it, different colors. We see the Orion Nebula so often that it's kind of nice to see it a little bit differently, you know. Same data, but processed with more natural colors. And then this image. This is my old image of Orion from the desert, from the dark sky, and we get all the detail so much detail in the dust here. Faint detail. Looks like for the 4-ax one, right? Yeah, that's very fire-like. Very, very, very fire-like. Oh, Zach's here. We have data from Zach. Rosette Nebula. All right, let's take a look at this one. Oh. Woo. Water bottle fell. Oh yeah, we'll take a look at your Leo triplet. We need to have a Leo triplet off. Who's got the better Leo triplet shot? We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that another night. That'll be fun. But in the meantime, we've got this image of the Rosette Nebula from our friend Zach, who is here. And let's see. We've got some acquisition details. Oh, for the date and time. I don't think that. Oh no, okay, yeah. Cool, okay. So Rosette Nebula. You gotta run. Okay. Right on, my man. Good luck getting to LAX. LAX. Good luck, brother. Yeah. That's the worst place to get into and out of. By car, at least. So, thanks for being here, old curmudgeon. Good luck with your project. And, yeah. Good luck with LAX. Oh, you dithered too much. Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. I mean, so we'll crop it in, and there's definitely some gradient in here, but that's okay. We can deal with that. And let's see. Do we have? Yeah, so we don't have a very flat field, right? So a blur exterminator will take care of this, but look at the stars streaking towards the edges. At least that one edge. It looks like he has some, yeah, this is like maybe he has some sensor tilt or something. Like it's not a very flat field. But we'll take care of that. This is also pretty low resolution too. Does it tell me? Or why won't it let me? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll work with it here. I like it. We are gonna crop it. I did notice there's some bit of stacking artifacts. Hey, what's up, Gabriel? Good evening to you, sir. Oh, cool. Right on. So you modified a modded made Eclipse 114. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's kind of probably like a more straightforward way to go, is to like, you know, buy a telescope that has the mirrors and stuff, and then mod it to make it more better. So I'd love to see what you're doing. If you want to share that, check the Discord link, the pinned comment up above for the Discord link, and if you want to share that with us, it would be valuable to, because there's a couple of us in the community here that are myself and our friend Hefe in the Discord, who is building the same telescope. So, you know, kind of the more data points we can get on, you know, on optics of this size, you know, the better, right? So, check that out if you care to. So we got this Rosette Nebula shot here, and this is like a weird PixInsight thing. Like it doesn't want to let me, like. Yeah, this is like a it won't let me like snap it to the window that size. That's kind of weird. Cool, yeah, right on. What telescope is that? Meade Eclipse 114. I'm curious now. I want to look that up. I'm gonna Google on that. Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is like, yeah, so it's probably the same. Yeah, it's the same mirror then. I wonder if it's the same exact mirror. It's definitely the same aperture and focal length. So, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if, yeah, modding this for astrophotography would be like a better way than trying to build like the whole thing. At the very least, you could probably just pull the optics out of it. So, yeah, that could be cool. Well, right on, man. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for sharing that. All right, we are working on this. Let's try to get an astrometric solution. Oh, cool, man. Oh, sounds like you need to get some sleep. Well, cool. Thanks for being here, Zach, and thanks for the data. We're gonna play with this. I'll post the results in the Discord, which I usually forget to do, it seems. So I'll try to remember to do that. But in any case, have a good evening. Okay, so this was 2024. And he said this was month 1230. And the time was about 1900. And the pixel size, 3.76. And the focal distance, 360 millimeters. So we'll try to get a solution on this. Seems like it's having a hard time. No, it failed. Okay, I'm not gonna mess with that anymore then. We'll just do gradient removal and color calibration without it. I will use Graxpert. And we'll do a pretty smooth mask on there because, or a smooth setting on there. It's pretty even gradient looked like on this image, so. Yeah, speaking of clear skies, I wonder how clear the skies actually are going to be. This looks like it did subtract a little bit of pink out of the center, but I'm going to kind of just go with it. And let's take a look at the forecast for the next time here. I don't think I have details on that. How much time? Oh boy, that's a lot of cloud. Clouds, rain Tuesday, Wednesday, or rain Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Clouds. Well, you know, if we're going to have clouds and rain around the full moon is the best time to have that. So bring it on. Asinine Bradley, hello. Hey yo to you too. That's a great name. Asinine. That's a great word. That's one that doesn't get used often enough. Okay, let's actually crop this in. Maybe kind of like a 16:9 sort of crop. There we go. Now PixInsight will let me snap it open. Yeah, exactly. Sounds familiar. Yeah. No comment. All right, where are we at here? Next, like I forget the processing. Color calibration. A bit tricky because there's like such a rich field of stars in here. trying to do background neutralization is really tricky. Well, no, I mean, you know, it's what it is. We will do, we'll use the old-fashioned color calibration tool, because I think this will be fine. Oh, we should do background neutralization first. We'll do that with the preview I made. It's a tiny little area. Cool. And then we'll do color calibration. There we go. Those colors are looking right. Yeah, I really like those colors. Okay, blur exterminator time. And remind me not to click off of PixInsight while this is running. It needs to remain the active window. Hands off the mouse. Well, blur exterminated pretty quickly, so that was nice. And did a pretty great job. Although kind of, yeah, the stars are still pretty bloated. But yeah, I think we'll go with that. And we'll try, when we stretch the stars, we will just stretch them not as much. And then I think they'll look less bloaty. No touchy. Yeah, star exterminator, no touchy. I think there's a setting in PixInsight to make that maybe work a little better. There's like a processor priority setting. Very dense star field, yeah, yep. It's you're looking like towards the core of the galaxy, right? So that's where the stars are going to be concentrated. And here's our starless image. Very nice. So let's noise exterminate it now. When you remove the stars, you kind of just notice so much more nebulosity because with such a dense star field, it kind of like hides the nebulosity. And now we just see so much more of these fluffy red cloud in space. That's looking really great. There's a lot of great detail in here. I wish I knew which camera scope, and we'll have to have Zach add the more acquisition details to us. But I dig it. I dig what I'm seeing. Something like that for now. Histogram transformation to stretch the image. Maybe that's a little dull. Well, we can play with the curves now to kind of bring it out. Yeah, something maybe like that. Damn it. This thing is kind of, it can get kind of weird, the curves tool. Actually, maybe we should stick with histogram transformation. Yeah. So doing like 2 different iterations of histogram transformation to kind of hone in what we want. Maybe that. You don't want to crush the background. That's probably one of the biggest amateur mistakes in the processing is crushing the background to 100% black, because space is not 100% black, so we don't want to do that. We've got some pretty dark areas, but it's not 100% black. We got black. We got some faint dust around here, which we should see. So that's looking pretty cool. Let me grab another mask here, or make a mask. Very impressive indeed. And we'll do local histogram equalization to make them pop out a little bit more. More kind of contrast and depth to them there, which I like that. That looks pretty cool. Close that. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think we'll do another one. I think just one bout of that is enough. And then let's go with the dark structure enhance script. Enhance these dark structures. Now it looks even more dramatic. And then finally, I think just a little bit of saturation. Not too much. Kind of soft like that. That's what we want. See, I think nebulae like this, I think, are just a lot easier to process. It's kind of just more, I don't know, fluffy colors, or I don't know, for some reason I find them easier to work with. So, and then I think that's done. So let's mess with the stars. And we'll just do, there's a bit of green in there. We'll remove that. And we just use SETI Astro's Star Stretch script. And I'm going to put the stretch amount only to 3. I'm going to lower that way down. And I'll SCNR the green. Yeah, so the stars are much smaller and less bloaty. Then need to change the image identifier. Whoops, actually this should be S for stars, I for image. Combine the stars. There we go. So maybe the stars are a bit too crushed. I don't know. It's kind of, this is kind of one where you can, depends on your take. You know, if you shot this in a narrowband image, the stars would be much smaller. And so this kind of makes it look more narrowband-like. But maybe those are crushed a little bit too much. Yeah, because some of these are pretty blocky. So let's actually do, let me do a little bit more on that. What did I did 3. Let's do 3.5. We'll just boost them up a little bit more. Throw them back in there. And I don't have the right image identifier. Yes, yes, there are Quasar Pete. How many different programs do you need? Well, there's the image acquisition side of software, and then there's the image processing side. So image acquisition, at least what I'm using, let's see. We have Nina, and we have PhD, which is for the guiding. It's really just those two. That doesn't include the drivers for the hardware, which I guess you could include that, but the drivers are part of the hardware kind of, so I don't know if I would really include those in there. So I think really just those two that I use. Others use, there's SharpCap, and that comes into play. Some people like SharpCap for doing some things. I really don't like SharpCap. So I just use Nina, probably just Nina and PhD for the image acquisition. And I guess part of the image acquisition, there's another piece of software I use. The ZWO's ASI Studio is their software for this is their suite of software for stacking and controlling their cameras and stuff. I just use their ASI Fits Viewer. As far as I know, it's the only it's like one of the only like really good usable like fits viewers for seeing your fits files. So, so I can very quickly just look at my individual subs. So this is kind of both for image acquisition and processing. Looking through your subs. So there's 2.5-ish pieces of software I use for that. Then for the acquisition, well, it's really just PixInsight that I use, but there are a number of scripts and add-ons that I use with it. So SETI Astro has a suite of scripts, and I use several of those that are really great. Those are free. And then I use Graxpert, which is another piece of freeware for gradient removal. There's another plugin that's actually a standalone application, and then there's a script that basically turns it into a plugin for PixInsight. So those are like kind of two more things. There's a couple of other scripts that I have installed in here. So there's several different scripts. Then there's other plugins for processes like Blur Exterminator, Star Exterminator, Noise Exterminator. Those are paid software. So, oh, no, I did not. 3.6 earthquake in Highland. Yeah, I think I'm far enough away that a 3.6 I don't think I would feel that. Yeah, northeast of San Bernardino. 3.6. Nope, did not feel it over here. You know what's cool is sometimes this has happened a couple of times where I've been playing video games with my friend Scott, and he used to live out there. He used to live in Redlands, and like he would feel the earthquake, and he was like, "Oh, earthquake," and then like a minute later or 2 minutes later, then I feel it, right? Because like I'm like 30 miles away. And then now he's living out in like LA, and like he felt one, and then I felt it. So it's because the wave was coming this way. So that's kind of cool. Okay, I think that's the Rosette Nebula process. Zach's data. I like that. I like this one. Pretty good. I think, yeah, I'd like to know more about his acquisition details, number of subs. I think if he drizzled this data when he integrated it, it could be better. The stars are pretty blocky now that they're, yeah, since they're not stretched as much. So there could be more detail in the stars. If you drizzle it, it'll get higher resolution and then have more round stars. So it's like I think this is undersampled. And drizzling helps with undersampled images. And I'm getting sleepy. So I think I'm gonna save this one out and share it and call it a night. Because, yeah, I definitely would stay up if we were still imaging. But you have a whole case of beer? No. You owe me nothing. You owe me nothing. But I wouldn't mind some more of that tri-tip or ribs. a 6-pack. I don't drink beer that much. I just drink a few beers usually when I go out, to the desert for astronomy, or I actually have a beer in the fridge. I was going to crack it open for the stream tonight, but I don't know. I guess, well, I'm glad I didn't, because there was all that troubleshooting, and then there's, clouds, so it wasn't meant to be. And I think we're probably going to have no imaging for many nights here, unless we get like a lucky window in between clouds and storm here. Well, let me just take a look at the near forecast. Tuesday night looks pretty rough. There might be a hole to poke in through in there. Wednesday, yeah, no, and Thursday and Friday are all entirely white on the atmospheric app. So that looks to be like it's not going to happen. So, yeah, several nights in until next week, it looks like. So, oh, come on, you owe me nothing. If you want to support the channel, if you feel like you owe me, you don't. But there's likes, there's super likes, there's channel memberships. You can join the channel on YouTube, become a channel member on YouTube. That would be cool. There's also Patreon. Patreon link is not on the YouTube feed. The bot shows it up on Twitch, but that bot doesn't post to YouTube. I gotta kind of figure that out. There's so many things you gotta set up with this streaming stuff. It's kind of a whole friggin' thing. But yeah, if you want to support the channel, Patreon, you can join the channel on YouTube. That's cool. So that's great. Our friend Mithridites is already a channel member and a Patreon supporter. So you owe me nothing, Mithridites. So anyways. And the telescope video performed really well. Where is this at now, too? 18.6 thousand views on the telescope build video, which is really phenomenal for one of my videos to get that many views kind of right off the bat. I've had a few videos get accumulate large numbers of views over longer periods of time, but this one is just kind of took off, which is great. And it's kind of validating, but I think it's also just great because there's so many people that are interested in astrophotography and astronomy and building telescopes, right? And so that's cool to see, and I hope that we can see other people building them and doing their own imaging with them, with a similar telescope. So I think, with lots of rain and stuff, then, that's a good time to work on telescopes, right? So maybe I will continue to work on that design a bit. Yeah, especially with, I wish I had Discord analytics, but I'm sure with I'm definitely noticing more people showing up in Discord since posting the video. So, it's been up for not quite a week yet, and so that's cool. And I just posted it on Reddit today. There's some comments here. I wonder how many upvotes. Let me take a look at my Reddit profile here. I posted it in the I posted it in the r/3D printing subreddit, and 943 upvotes. So that's pretty great. Upvote rate 100%. Nobody downvoted me. Look at that. 943 upvotes with no downvotes. Yeah, I'll try to spread it out. I don't I'm gonna try to spread it out, not post it all in the same day, So, that's pretty cool. That's very cool. And there's some comments. I always try to respond to all the comments too. Especially if people have questions about, specifically about building or interested in building, their own telescope. I definitely want to help guide them in that direction, So that's been a lot of fun. And yeah, good stuff. So we're getting like, what are we at here? We're about 2 weeks from the next new moon. Is that right? I gotta check my. I mean, yeah. If we're at the full moon now, then it will be. Thank you. Moon phase calendar. The full moon is Wednesday. Oh, perfect time for the rain. Perfect time for the rain. Yeah, so the new moon is 2 weeks from Thursday. A bit early to probably looking at forecast and making plans and stuff. But yeah, if the forecast is good, I definitely want to spend many nights. 3 nights at least, maybe? I don't know. We had 2 nights last time. I had 2 really good nights. So, I don't know. 3 nights? 4 nights? I don't think I've ever done. Usually 2 nights is the most. I don't think I've ever done 3 or... I know I've done it like in the past, in the many years ago, the past 3 or 4 nights, but... yeah, I definitely... Oh, thank you for joining the channel. Another comment. I appreciate you. Becoming a channel member. Thank you. So, we'll make some new moon plans. Cool, cool. Yeah. Glad to have you. Absolutely. Yeah, I will be interested to check that out. And be interested to see how... Okay, oh yeah, oh cool, lots of pictures, awesome. Yeah. Oh, looks like you're adding flocking material and stuff in there and baffles. Cool, man. Yeah, so that'll be cool. Yeah, I'll look forward to see what you are able to do with that. Yeah, we'll be like we're gonna be like the kings of the small Newtonian astrophotography. So that's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun indeed. So that's cool. Yeah, so we had new moon plans to figure out. Probably it'll be Panamint Valley again. That place is fine. I mean, it's kind of not that interesting during the day. But I mean, the skies are great at night, and we want to get some good data. So hopefully we'll have a few nights to work on the mount here and the telescope and get more of the kinks sorted out. I think it's working pretty good. I think we got the focus working better tonight. That was one thing that I think we got figured out. Yeah, the F-35s. Yeah. That was pretty awesome. That was super awesome. So Panamint Valley, if you guys don't know, it's like I don't think anybody really knows where that is. It's totally the middle of nowhere, California high desert. But it's right near China Lake where the Navy it's like the Navy test range. So there's a lot of military aircraft flying around that area. And yeah, so we had some F-35s fly through there. And a couple of C-17s flying low through the valley. Very cool to see. So Wednesday through Saturday. Yeah, that would probably be good. That would probably be good for... Well, I can do any days, really. So, yeah, something like that. It'd probably be best to come back on not a Sunday. because of the traffic, you know. So we'll see how that goes. Be cool if we can get some other people out there too, especially from our email group, our email list. So we'll see. Those guys like to go out there for a whole friggin' week at a time, you know, which is cool. But they don't go if the weather's not going to be good. So, yeah, yep. Right. Yeah, and then I don't know how that would, end up working out for you. And that might be kind of because you have to like, guess it depends on how much you kind of have to babysit them and, out there and yeah, how much of an issue that can be. And now you're dealing with that, we're dealing with the dogs, and then you're dealing with setting up your gear and stuff, and might be more of a thing. So, but I don't know. I mean, you would know how much of a thing that would be. So, yeah. Anywho. Yeah, they get bored. Yes, right. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. Yeah, right on. Keep in touch on the stream or the Discord or Instagram, and we'll let you know the plans. So the new moon is the 28th. So pretty much any days, plus or minus a week of the new moon is going to be worth going out. And, the place that we go is most likely going to be the middle of the nowhere, the desert. So no facilities, no toilets, anything like that. So, that's kind of a thing. Might be kind of a thing. But you're there for the night skies. It's very dark. We'll have the imaging. We're doing some astrophotography, and we have the visual telescopes too for viewing. So you don't know how well they'd interact with Dan's dog. Yeah. I'm not a dog guy, not a dog owner, so I can't. I have no comment on how that would go. So, yeah. Just hit me up. Like in a week is when for sure we'll start some plans. There's like an email list, and the emails will start going around about what the plans are, and a camping shitter. Cool. There you go. You're good then. That's all you need. So it's very cold at night. Hopefully it'll be a little bit warmer as we get later in the year here, almost March. Hopefully it'll be a little bit warmer, but well, it wasn't. I mean, it was cold, myth last month, but that was pretty cold. But it wasn't below freezing. It was. I think it got down to like right at freezing, like early in the morning. Like the coldest. I think I saw 0 degrees Celsius on the temperature on my camera sensor. So that would be freezing. Oh wow, low of 50s is like luxury. Oh wow, yeah, that's like luxury. So that would be great. That would be wonderful. Okay. Yeah, it's getting to be about my bedtime, and I think we should end this one here. Been a fun night despite the frustrations with the equipment and the weather, but it's always fun hanging out with you guys. Thanks everyone for being here. Don't forget to check out the Discord. The link is pinned at the top, and I'm gonna put it in the Twitch chat. You have a good night too. Check out the Discord. Quasar Pete, thanks for being here. If you want to support the channel, check out the Discord. Go to my YouTube channel, subscribe. You're on YouTube, you're already there. Probably Patreon. We got the Patreon link. You can join the channel on YouTube. subscribe on Twitch, like all that stuff. Oh, there's the affiliate link things. I was having some problems with the affiliate links earlier today for Amazon, but hopefully it's resolved. You don't need to worry about that. But anyways, all that stuff. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm not sure when we'll do another stream, but yeah, it's going to be... Thank you, Gabriel. Good night to you, too. Probably just image processing and or working on CAD stuff with the telescope. So, because we won't have any imaging to do for several days. So that's what we got. Suggest a good astrophotography camera to start with. What is up, Sumed? I'm probably not the best. I'm probably not the best to be able to do that. Check out Sumed, if you want, check out the Discord and post in the Discord. Jonathan, thank you. I love doing them. I'm glad you're here. Appreciate you. Yeah, yes. Sumed, check out the Discord. Maybe post in the Discord. Maybe we can get a couple of opinions in there, and we can kind of probe like what it is you want to do. Because there's a lot. Yeah, it depends on a lot. It depends on your budget. It depends on what kind of imaging like you're trying to do. You know, like really narrow field stuff or wider field stuff. There's mono cameras and there's color cameras, monochrome cameras and color cameras. And so there's kind of a lot. You're welcome, Jonathan. So the camera that I'm using is honestly a really good like beginner camera, but it's also pretty limiting. So it's good budget. It's good for starting out, but because it's kind of limiting, it's like, I don't really know if, we want to suggest that one because you might kind of outgrow it, kind of quickly. Monochrome cameras are going to be better, like pretty much for sure, but significantly more technically complex because now you're using filters, and to get a color image, you need to shoot a minimum of 3 different exposures, R, G, and B, and then combine them together in processing. So the processing is much more complicated. So it's kind of a can of worms. But that would be a great discussion that we could have in the Discord, and then we can kind of like, I don't know, sort of distill it or save it as like a resource for others who might have similar questions, right? So yeah, it's pretty much the same sensors. They're just packaged a little bit differently. So, yeah. Well, okay. Honestly, that makes it easy. Then I can totally recommend a camera. That would be the camera that I'm using. Oh, this shows. Is that the link that I posted above? That shows expired? Let me get a new one. It's supposed to not expire? Oh. Oh, you know what? Oh, I think this is gonna not. Hold on. This thing is so... Sorry, one moment here. Invite people. Edit invite link. Expires never. Yeah, Discord like wants you to use these, like, the default is like they have these invite links that expire. And okay, there we go. That's the new That one I just generated, so that should work. I'll have to check on my other stuff too. Yeah, they want them to. They have, by default they have them expire. It's like probably like a bot thing. But yeah. Sorry. So Sumed. This is the camera that I'm using. So it starts at $369. So maybe that's a little bit higher than your budget, a little bit more than your budget. They have this option with this cooler. That's $438. So a little bit more expensive. The cooler, honestly, do you really need the cooler? Maybe not. If you're really on a budget, if the budget's really tight, then just go without it. The cooler is just this ACS thing. This cooler, it's just a heatsink with a fan. That's all it is. So you could just put a heatsink and like any other fan on it at another time, and it would do the exact same thing. So if you're really on a budget, then go without it. So this camera is intended to be used for planetary imaging, which is why I bought it. I was originally just interested in imaging the planets, and but they just show on their page right here what it can do with nebulae, deep sky stuff. And so it turns out it's really freaking good for both, man. So like, I mean, look at these images are really fantastic. So it's definitely very capable. Very capable little camera. It is kind of limiting though. But I've shot a lot of really cool images with it. And just to kind of give you a couple of examples, North American and Pelican Nebula that was shot with that camera. And Veil Nebula, shot with that camera. And the newer stuff that I've been doing, where? Oh, Leo Triplet of Galaxies, yeah. So these galaxies shot with that camera as well. So that makes it really easy. Just buy the Uranus C from Player One. If you can stretch the budget a little bit, they do have the Uranus C Pro. That is the same camera, same sensor, but it has a proper cooler on it. Limited how? It's not cooled. So they do have the Pro version has a cooler on it. So let me see here. This is the Pro and the non-Pro. So it doesn't have a proper Peltier style cooler that the Pro version does. And the Pro version you see is $569. So it's like, so what is that? $200? Yeah, $200 more. But without the cooler on it, without the Pro cooler, the Peltier style cooler, then you can't really calibrate dark frames. So it's going to be more noisy. Your final images are going to be a bit more noisy. And the image sensor is pretty small, and the pixels are pretty small. So the amount of detail that you're going to be able to get, that you're going to be able to capture, is going to be not as good as a larger sensor in general. Depends on the optics that you put it on, but that's kind of a way you can think about it. It's pretty low resolution. It's a 4K sensor, which is actually pretty small for an image sensor. Pretty low resolution. It's like high for video, right? But not for stills, right? That's only like an 8 megapixel still, which is pretty, 8.3 megapixel, where a like a DSLR is going to be like 20 or 30 megapixels, right? So it's a pretty low resolution sensor. So the amount of detail you're going to capture is, limited, right? So if you're interested in deep sky imaging, and if I was at the time when I was buying this, I probably would have spent the extra money and got the cooled version. So there's that. But it is like $200 more expensive right now. That's kind of almost double of your budget. So the benefits of the cooler mainly is to be able to reduce thermal noise. So if I show you like an individual subframe, let me find something here. Maybe something like this. So here's an individual subframe, and a lot of this noise is thermal noise because the sensor generates heat when it's absorbing, when it's activated, right, when it's on, and that results in some of that manifests as noise. So the cooler reduces the thermal noise. Doesn't completely eliminate it, but it reduces it. And it also allows you to much more easy. It's probably very impractical to calibrate dark frames to further reduce the noise without the cooler, because the cooler means you will run at a consistent temperature. So pretty much if you have a cooler, that means without a cooler, you're not really going to be able to calibrate dark frames. So, yeah, that's stretching your budget a lot. But, yeah, I wish I had. Let's put it this way. Yeah, like I said, if I was going to be starting and I knew that I was going to be doing deep sky imaging, I would have bought the more expensive camera. I would have bought this one that has the cooler. Plus, look at it, it has this cool carbon fiber body, right? I mean, come on. Look at that. Not sponsored by Player One Astronomy. There's other companies. CWO makes a camera, has the same image sensor on it, right? So look, the cameras with the same image sensor, they're going to perform the same, right? So you could, IMX 585, that's the image sensor. It's a Sony image sensor. They put it in there. So there's other companies that, QHY and stuff like that, that'll have the same image sensor. No, it is not. The cooler is, it's a special type of cooler. It's called a Peltier cooler. They look like this. They look like it's just little pads. So they're like built into the back side of the image sensor. And these things, like when you run current through them, one side gets super cold and the other side gets really hot. So that's why you see a heatsink on there. So the heatsink cools the hot side. And then but the cold side can get down to like sub-zero temperatures, like minus 20 degrees Celsius or something like that. So I don't think there's a way to add. Yeah, in order to add a Peltier cooler onto this, you'd have to like take it open. You'd have to like crack it open and like hack it together. So I don't know. Maybe people are doing that. It rather impractical. So yeah, it doesn't seem like that's really practical. I don't know if there are any cheaper cooled cameras than this. 569, that's probably going to be one of the lowest cooled cameras on the market. That's still worth it. Yeah, you could search their lines, but yeah, so probably not. The other thing that makes it somewhat limiting is, well, it's a color camera. And color cameras are going to be more limited than mono cameras. But mono cameras are significantly more expensive and complex because you have to have filters. And then you have to have something like a filter wheel in order to be able to change filters. So there's much more hardware involved, and filters are pretty expensive. So there is a new camera that's supposed to be shipping soon. That is going to be a great... let's see what these things say. They still say pre-order, so not quite shipping yet. So this new camera coming out from QHY, the Minicam 8, uses the same image sensor as that other camera, but a mono version. They have a colored version, but this one is mono, and it comes with an integrated filter wheel and all the filters. So it's all in one unit. So it's $800 for a cooled camera with all the filters. And this is like game-changing prices. Like if you spec'd out a cooled camera with filters and the filter wheel, it'll probably be like $2,500 or something like that. So this thing is all integrated into one unit. It's a little compact package for $800. This is an incredible deal, and very capable. So this is kind of the new thing that's coming out that I think is going to be a big deal. So if I was going to buy a new camera, this would be the one that I would buy. So, but I don't know if I would necessarily recommend that for somebody who's just starting out, because dealing with a mono camera and filters and then processing those images is significantly more complex than a color camera. So hopefully that helps. Well, like I said, I think it's a good thread for discussion in the Discord, and I don't really know. I'm not really that well versed in the market myself either. Like, there's probably others. There's definitely others in the Discord that maybe know a lot more about. Maybe know some other products that I may not really be aware of. So yeah, man. Yeah, setting it up. Oh yeah, you asked about that with how complex is it to set up a camera with a telescope? If you've never done anything like that before, then I'm going to say it's extremely complex. If you have no experience with telescopes, then it's going to be extremely complex. I don't want that to sound intimidating, but it's a rabbit hole, and there's a lot to it. So, yeah, if we can get an idea of your experience level, then maybe can help a little bit more and maybe steer you in a direction that would be a little bit simpler. I'm a real believer in starting simple and, one new thing at a time and build on that complexity. The stuff that I was doing earlier today and was troubleshooting and having trouble with, very tricky, very, very tricky. So, I don't want that to be discouraging. I don't want anybody to be discouraged by that and think like, oh, I don't want to do it. I hate it when people are like, oh, you shouldn't join my hobby. It's too complex for you. Like, that's gatekeeping. That's lame. Like, we don't want to do that, But I also want to be, upfront about that you may be getting into a thing. A separate gear discussion channel. Yeah, maybe we need one of those. Yeah. Maybe we need one of those. All right. I think I need to get ready for bed because I'm getting tired. It's your bedtime. All right, it's my bedtime too. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Another comment. Good evening to you. All right, stay dry in the rain that's coming. Thank you for being here, Myth. Thank you guys all for being here. I'm gonna shut it down now. I was trying to quit, and then somebody asked me
It's very nice.
technical questions. No, I appreciate it. I like I like. It's fun talking about this stuff. It's fun having you guys here and doing this stuff. So, all right, I do need to call it a night though, because I'm getting pretty sleepy. And yeah, we'll do another one. Probably not tomorrow night, and not Wednesday night. Oh, maybe Wednesday during the day. We might do maybe Wednesday a daytime stream. We'll look at we'll see. Maybe that'll work out. Maybe that'll work out. Real quick look at Twitch. Is there anybody worth rating? Nerduino is on. Yeah, let's throw a raid for you guys that are here on Twitch. Let's throw a raid at Nerduino. He does our kind of stuff. All right, stick around for the raid. We're gonna raid Nerduino. What's he doing? Well, he's talking astronomy and space stuff. Feels like he's kind of looking at. I don't know what he's looking at. Some kind of papers. I don't know. All right. Good night, you guys.